Look at that. 5 seconds left. It's about go time. Oh, I know they can all hear me. But maybe we can just sit on the screen and chill for a while longer, you know? No, I have no reason to do that. What's up, everybody? It's 4:30 in the morning for me. I just woke up. I've mentioned that I decided to sleep all of yesterday because I really needed to. I got up, I made dinner, and I went back to sleep. Didn't really sleep great, but I'm awake now. So we're gonna do some Team Wars casting because there are games that need to be casted, and then I need to get working on week 9's recordings and whatnot. I might be joined later by Decoy for a little bit, so we'll welcome him on in once he gets here. But in the meantime, it's 2 more sets to cover for week 8. So let's get straight to it. We're going to start with the eggs of Schizo, Lanos, Tomosi, and all the other jargon in their username versus the dancing blades. Alright, so let's introduce our 2 teams here on the side of the eggs. We have Captain Lolly with Sun, Zohan, Cranky Panda, Kieran, and Kosvid. On the other side, we have, excuse me, we have Captain Delicious for the Dancing Blades, Calvin, Solar Pie, Guyman the Dude, Death Remar, and Fafaris. So both these teams, as of this week, Dancing Blades is on the eliminated side, but they hold the fate of Teos in their hands as Teos is part of the tied group. So Teos is going to be looking to get a win to stay within the runnings. Dancing Blades going to look to deny Teos their chances for this set. I want to see how things turn out. So as always, since we're solo here, I'll just need a quick moment. I was actually really fast. Boom. Deck's ready to go. Never mind. Don't need a quick moment. We have 8-ball, again, Abyssian on the side of the eggs. They have mentioned in the past that they have been using tarot cards and whatnot to determine their play order and their decision making and whatnot. So here we are with their 8-ball Creep Abyssian deck. I suppose this is more, this goes beyond Creep Abyssian. This is, it's quite a unique list. I believe Sun's Abyssian concoction. I'm not sure whose concoction it is, but we do have an artifact hunter. We have a Flameblood Warlock. We have a Vorpal Reaver. So Dark Transform as well. Various tech cards, but all the tech cards are only one-ofs. Nothing is all in. So it is still kind of your Creep Abyss core, but it has some alternative options to spice things up. On the other side, we have a Lamau Vitruvian, and I think we can see why. Although somewhat disappointed to see that he's only a one-of. I merely jest. But Osirix is in this Vitruvian list. This vet list is kind of hard to pinpoint down. I don't know what I would call it. It's not really zoo, right? You have your fine early game, and then you do curve in a way that makes it look mid-range. I suppose it falls into the mid-range repertoire. The only thing is, because you're using Mirage Masters and Zen Ruies, and Tigers are your 3-drop, and Wind Strikes. I guess with the exception of Wind Strike, which is a solid minion, your other minions are very tech and response heavy. So, it's not the types of units you would see in your usual mid-range deck. Whoa, the video is playing in the background. Ignore what you see. There we go. Yeah, that sometimes happens. I've been able to catch it. up to this point, but the way the OBS playlist works, because I'm doing VLC source media, the videos tend to like autoplay on their own, so I usually have to catch that. Anyway, we have Sun for the Abyssians and Farfares for the Vitruvians. Excellent replace choice on Farfare's side. Sun probably pitches the Spectral Revenant, and then we'll get the show on the road. So yeah, I was going to cast these games yesterday at the usual time I like to stream, but yeah, I decided to just sleep the whole day away, which was needed, but I'm still sleepy. I'll be okay though. Need to do something other than be in bed all day. Rocky Headhunter coming down. Classic player 1 opener. Farfares has the opportunity to do a double 2-drop if they want to, while pinging the Iraqi with Blood Tier. They could also replace their Rasha's Curse first to check their other options. If they don't feel like doing a double 2 opener, they could do a turtle opener of some sort. I don't think we'll see a Bladum style opener when Iraqi is the leading minion for player 1's side. The early game for both sides is going to be quite fascinating, and I'm not sure how Farfare's deck is going to handle the mid game either. Because there's not a whole lot that you want to steal with Zenrui in this Abyssian list. There's also not a whole lot you want to copy with Mirage Master. Maybe Vorpal Reaver or just the Spectral Revs in the late game, so I feel like Farfares might be pressed for powerful turns. We'll have to wait and see though. Sun at the moment, in the same situation I was just fearing for Farfares. They don't really have a play. We might see a Tempo Night Sorrow Assassin placed just for the 3/3 stat line. We've seen that before. Technically, if Sun wants to, they could use Void Pulse to make the Night Sorrow Assassin's ability proc on the Mystic, which we also might see happen. Considering their hand, it's the best they can do, right? We do see that is the play Fun is opting to go with. So for Farfares, probably we will hit the Night Star Assassin. We don't have anything to really contest the mana tile with. Replaced a Mara into a Tiger. So can clear the board now. Might see Mirage Master copy Iraqi. That's a possibility, right? You could do Rasha's Curse and Blood Tier Alchemist to deal with Iraqi if you want, or you could just leave Iraqi, use Rasha's Curse to take the 4 off of your face, clearing Night Sorrow. I feel like Rasha's Tiger is a little wasteful of resources, but that's also an option Farfares can utilize here. It's really tough for me to predict what they'll do though, because I'm not sure what I would do in this scenario. I tend to play slower than most other players, so I feel like... Yeah, I might do something similar to this if it was me. Would you see Tiger used as removal, which isn't horrible. And it's trading down a little bit, but it's a Rocky. His attack power becomes high enough that it feels worthwhile to wipe it out. Sun tempo dancing blades for the body. Makes sense. Playing it back a little bit so Blood Tier cannot run into it. Maybe reconsidering things. I think Dancing Blades will absolutely see play, otherwise there is no reason to move up there. Could have blocked the tile and saved it for next turn if you wanted to. Do a Mystic Lure. So Fafairs is in the same situation as last turn, essentially. Slightly more options this time. Could do a double 2-drop if you want to draw back the 5 cards with the Power of Links. You could copy the Dancing Blades, which also lets you draw the 5 cards, because you're only playing 1. And we see the Entropic Decay. Now we can Ghost Links and Entropic, which isn't bad. You would probably assume you're facing off against Creep Abyssian, so if it's a standard list, this Dancing Blades is the juiciest target you're going to Entropic. Sans a Revenant, and you're probably never going to do better than 1, maybe 2 minions in extreme circumstance. Going for Saboteur though, so we're holding on to Entropic Decay. We're doing a double 2-drop. It's actually really smart positioning on Fair's part. Dancing Blades will still gain value if Sun wants to utilize Dancing Blades, so I'm sure Fairs doesn't mind. And then probably trade into the Ghost Links after you kill the Saboteur with your other one. Could also Healing Mystic your Dancing Blades. But I think clearing the 2 minions, getting your second Blades out, seems a little stronger in my mind. Night Star Assassin might be nice later. I'm gonna check on a few things while Sun is deciding how to handle the situation for them. They are doing what I figured would be done. Looks like we're thinking about it a little bit. So... Actually, taking out the... Oh, interesting. Taking out Blood Tier and not striking with the Dancing Blade, leaving it at 4 HP instead of going down to 3. I'm not sure what, well, you remove a whole point of power off the table for the vet player. That can be very relevant, since the Ghost Links is only at 1 attack. Since we moved this way, I suspect we will not see Entropic Decay. Gonna hold on to that for a greater value again. Does this mean we see a Rasha's Curse with Ghost Links number 2? That is exactly what this means. So one of the dancing blades is answered. The Ghost Links will stick around. Another one is being developed. It's not a super great turn on Fair's part. They'll stay at 5 cards and draw Ocerix. The only thing is they don't really have a lot of power going on now. Luckily for them, Sun doesn't... We're only on 6 mana, but Sun doesn't have, like, Reaver to play. Sun doesn't have their 7 mana card Sweet in hand yet either. In fact, Sun's hand is super reactive. So, Fair's might be able to get away with a turn like this without too much downside or falling behind too much. Looks like Nightsire Assassin might be developed, and then Healing Mystic probably. Maybe tack on the Void Pulse too, I'm not sure. There is some debate going on though with the Eggs squad. Alright, never mind. Okay, so Void Pulse was a definite usage there. And then Assassin with that, adding in some extra face damage, which this is a good idea. From our perspective, his Sun has the closing power, and it's not like Fair's developed any real threats that dissuade Sun from doing a turn like they just did. And the positioning for the Ghost Links is very defensive, so they get to stick around, but they don't really do much to threaten Sun's play. And that just went by. And this Vitruvian deck, besides Scion's First Wish, lacks buffing cards, so the Ghost Links aren't going to become much more threatening. There's actually no Syzygy in this list as well, I'm noticing. Star's Fury would have been nasty, but I think we replaced already, right? Or we haven't replaced yet. I almost hope once Duelyst enters its new client form that in the replays there will be some sort of thing they can do to determine if someone has replaced already or not. It could just be a little icon that appears over the profile portrait or something. Or maybe replace could be an action that's denoted in the bar on the left, you know? Then you'll know if they replaced or not, just like that. That would be an easy fix. Ocerix coming down, looking nice and intimidating like. I don't think Sun cares, they can kill it without trying very hard. And then Fair's is gonna drop down to 7 HP. Possibly less. Possibly 4 HP. If Flame Blood Warlock is played. Sun could hide that card though, they don't have to reveal it now. Could be advantageous to hold on to Flame Blood since they're really far ahead to the point that they don't need it. Now we see it dropping. The pulse around too tempting and the damage too enticing as well. I suppose with the way the list has been played so far, the Dancing Blades team, unless they're familiar with this list, because it is the 8-ball, I forget if it's exactly the same as last week's for the eggs, but without playing any creep things early and no shadow creep now, going with the Flameblood Warlock, you might appear to not be Shadow Nova. This could be a big deal later if they misplay around it. As for affairs here, we have the ability to clear 2 things. Technically 3 things. Yeah, three of the things can be cleared. And they can heal 2 HP, which will save them from the Shadow Nova in hand, but that's going to be their entire turn. Actually, it doesn't save them from Shadow Nova. They can't double block. Yeah. And the Dervish doesn't stick around. So game 1 will go to Sun. They basically revealed their deck to their opponents at the very least. You join me in a couple minutes. Feel free to, Decoy. Be happy to have you. It'll do me well if you can bring some energy with you too. I think it's clear that I'm still very tired. I'm just... When I got up earlier this morning, I did eat food, so maybe the food will kick in later. And I slept all day Monday. I'm feeling a little weak, admittedly. Nothing like super problematic, but just really low energy. Anyway, Vitruvian goes down for the Dancing Blades. I need to open the correct window here so I can see what is coming in next. Looks like they're opting for the mirror match. Although not a deck mirror due to Abyss having the most variety of deck types. It is Replace Abyssian featuring Starlack because for some reason, like, I don't know if it's a good thing or not a good thing, but when people build this Replace deck, they just want to use Nether Summoning and they just want to use Starlack too, and there's no reason not to. I'm not sure what other cards you would use instead, but we have Sarlacc replace Abyssian. This is probably what many players would consider to be the most cancerous deck to go against. It's not particularly consistently strong because you're relying on RNG Widow procs and high rolling Sarlacc army. But it can be very good. Shadow Dancer is always a major threat. The healing Shadow Dancer provides is usually enough to keep the Abyssian player in for a while longer, so that they have time to do their other shenanigans. We can see Solar Pie is in charge of Abyss for the Dancing Blade side. She replaces... I didn't see what that was. Was that White Widow? So Solar Pie versus the Sun. 2 celestial bodies, both solar in nature, both of them stars, facing off in week 8 of Team Wars. You can only see this here in Team Wars. Now, yeah, I'm not sure how this will turn out. Excuse me. Abyssian has an easier time dealing with backline threats. So, I think Sun will be alright if White Widows and Wings of Paradise do get going. We see Solar Pie is going to have to choose next turn which 3-drop they prioritize. If they go Sarlacc Army or Wings of Paradise first. I think Sarlacc could have its advantages in this matchup. Dark Transformation is not a real transformation card. It doesn't actually kill Sarlacc, except in a very extreme, rare circumstance, which I have seen happen before because it's happened to me back in Duelyst 1 days. If your Sarlacc spawns in the same exact tile that it was in previously, the Wraithling will overwrite your Sarlacc and then Dark Transform can kill it. So, very rare occurrence, but it can happen. And Solar Pie didn't take long to put Sarlacc out right in Sun's face. I do think it's a good idea. Wings of Paradise can sometimes be set up as a finisher of sorts in this kind of deck, since it's able to ramp rather quickly with Ethermaster drops. I'm noticing there's also a Deathfire Crescendo. Sun does have 2 shrouds. We see 1 in hand. That shroud, I wonder if it'll get used right now to deny the potential Sarlacc spamming, but it's going to be very precious in this matchup if we see a Deathfire Crescendo play later. The Sun is not going to have a way of answering it, only Demonic Lure. But if something like a Wings of Paradise gets Deathfired and there's no assassins, that could be scary. Demonic Lure won't stall you from that. And we might just see... yeah, it looks like Shroud. I was wondering if we see Artifact Hunter get played here. It is going to be Shroud, though. Shroud does allow full clear, which Artifact Hunter would not, since Sarlacc would come back. There are only 2 Spectral Blades in the deck. No, I might be reading that wrong. I think there's 3. So plenty to draw with the Artifact Hunter. It's not going to be like dead in hand, sort of. Solar Pie can do a 3 and 2 development if they want to. They can put Sarlacc on the tile and then back off. And put Ethermaster down somewhere, start replacing for things they want in hand. I don't think we see Night Sorrow get played on this turn, but they could kill Araki with it. It would set them kind of behind, though. Do you see Sarlacc come down? Interesting. Didn't replace the Revenant. I thought for sure we'd see it get replaced as it's still too early to utilize it. So Ethermaster's effect going unused. Sun currently doesn't really have anything to do on this turn. And you can just develop Artifact Hunter, maybe equip the artifact and hit for 6 damage. You can also have your Shroud hit Sarlacc to try and get it away from your general. Well, now you could put your Artifact Hunter there to block block the Sarlacc. If you want to. Looks like we're putting it forward though. Keep it next to the opponent. Grasp got replaced into Shadow Nova, which is going to be nice for Sun, and yeah, we're just doing some big damage. If Solar Pie wishes to take... No, they only have to take 2. So you could trade your Sarlacc and your Ether Master into the Araki. You can grasp the Shroud and then punch the Shroud with your General, and either summon 4 things back to the board. You will be standing next to your opponent, who's threatening 9 damage and at 7 HP. Also, they may grasp you back. So another summoning can be somewhat awkward in the Abyssian match due to the threat of Grasp of Agony. If Solar Pie doesn't want to do that play, they could just take these 3 minions and walk away from Sun. Okay, they chose to save the Grasp, which is fine. It only did 3 damage and hit 1 charge. Didn't, like, close out. When they said they could have replaced yet another card because it's a fresh Ether Master that was summoned, but they chose not to replace again. They could have replaced 3 cards that turn if they wanted to, but they're content to keep their hand. I probably would have looked for a Void Pulse there because you could have tacked on a Void Pulse against your opponent. And I don't think you really need 2 Night Sorrows at any given point in time. You only need 1, so... But that's just me. Sun, on the other hand, 1 turn off from the big Abyssian plays. Oof. They can deal with the board, except for the Sarlaccs if they want to, or they could just smork and not do anything else. And Void Pulse being used to deal with the Ether Master instead of the Araki. Wanting to deny White Widow value, maybe. Not as concerned about Araki getting big with this kind of Abyss list. I would say Solar Pie has about as many opening gambits as Sun does. Maybe less. They have less. Anyway, Solar Pie hurting pretty bad. Might want to consider Rejuvenator and Grasp of Agony on this turn. Would be pretty good. If Solar Pie had a Shadow Dancer on this turn, that would have been quite nutty. 5 healing. Actually, would have been maybe 6 healing, depending on how they did the turn. Choosing not to hit with Araki. Sun has their choice of Revenant or Nova. One of them is going to happen. Nova can clear both minions if they want to. Revenant can clear Rejuvenator and allow Sun to maintain their aggro and hit face, bringing Solar Pie down to 6 and being next to them for a potential kill next turn. But they are at 18 and near spattering of minions. Race for impact. Alright, I'm bracing. You're just in time for the closer, this Abyssian on Abyssian action here. Take a sip of my drink. I think there's...
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
I just got home from work, actually.
Oh my. Well, welcome in. Hope you can unwind and relax and just enjoy some Duelyst. Huh. Was that a misclick? Sun drops the oops. Sun misclicked Shadow Nova. Araki dodges a bullet. Maybe Sun is playing on tablet. There's some talk about not using tablet. I believe you yourself, Decoy, were the one talking about it the other day. Because you might misclick your Novas.
Yeah, the problem on mobile is you can't really aim it, right? Because it's just point and click. But if you have a mouse, obviously, that's just normal.
That's pretty funny. Could change.
It's with anything. It's also with Plasma and the Magmar stun spell, Tremors. You can't precisely aim it.
Somebody mentioned it's always the bottom left tile to consider, but I don't know how
I believe that's Poncho, but he said he only tried it in DGG, not in Duelyst 2.
Ah, gotcha.
Because they have an app. We don't. We just play on the web live if we're on mobile.
Right. How does that run for you, by the way? Just curious, because the web usually runs kind of slower for me than the Steam client does.
The funny thing is, if I'm playing on PC, it's the opposite. So if I'm on PC, I still use the web client.
That's weird.
So if I'm on mobile, it's fine. But there's a couple of problems, like the Shadow Nova thing. And also, you can't open orbs, apparently. Like, I don't know why, but you just can't do it.
Can't open orbs in mobile.
Like, if you try to drag the orb into the center, it doesn't do anything.
That's funny. Might be a good bug report worth reporting.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a bug, though, because maybe on mobile, it doesn't register the drag action. Like, you can only point and click. So like it doesn't do the animation it needs. I don't know.
That makes sense in a way. Well, they have the open all packs button now. Hopefully that alleviates it a little bit. As the Sun got bopped by a Revenant on Solar Pie's turn. Solar Pie didn't go in with Araki though, just kind of left it there. And now Sun is able to stabilize a little bit, doing some healing. They're gonna have to be careful.
I think if Solar Pie also runs Nova, which we see in the action bar, he's quite favored in late game.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the longer this match goes on, the Sarlaccs could get out of control. They have Shadow Dancer as well, and we haven't seen any White Widows played yet, so Sun might have a harder time if they start playing a ranged war with each other.
Yeah, the problem with Sarlacc now is I think the Void Host nerf actually hurts the deck. Because you have Sarlaccs for Night Sorrow pings anyway, so the healing actually helps you more. So I think that's why, like at least on ladder, I see less Sarlaccs because I think the old Void Host it's way more useful for that deck.
I'm surprised that it helps the Sarlacc deck so much, just with the extra face damage and heal. But, you know, old Void Pulse is arguably much stronger than it is now.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure because I forgot what they said in the patch notes. I forgot what's the exact reasoning for the change because if you want less face damage and want the game to be more healthy, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, I don't mind it as much as the Knight Soldier. I think that nerf is so stupid. Like the post nerf, it's whatever, but yeah.
I don't mind it personally. Anytime you have a killy minion with like a killing effect, I don't mind it not being as sticky afterwards. That's
Yeah,
just me though.
my argument is just that I think it's really hard to justify nerfing a faction that's not top tier. Like that's not Songhai or Lina. Like it's kind of weird to me. Like why would they do
Abyssian has
that?
been hit pretty hard.
Yeah, because even with the free stat line, like Abyssian was nowhere near top tier in my opinion. Like Lionel and Songhai has no problem against Abyss whatsoever. So it's like a really weird nerf.
As far as I don't know what ladder stats look like. I'd have to like browse Nangert's website to get a good picture. But I think Abyss has been outperforming other factions. That's my suspicions on it anyway. Seeing the Team Wars numbers, Abyss is the one with the best matchup against all other factions overall.
Yeah, which is surprising because, like, in my opinion, if like let's say if it's a mid-range Nova deck, if it's like if both players played close to optimally, I think Nova actually it doesn't, or I should say it shouldn't have that many good matchups, but except Agmar. I think most matchups are just even or slightly losing. So that stats in Team Wars is pretty surprising.
It's really cool to see. But yeah, they I don't know, I guess it's the consistency of their endgame strategy. Just they have reach and killing power, right?
Yeah, because if you're talking about ladder stats, the obvious joke is me boosting it up, right? It's like me single-handedly boosting. I'm just win rate. Yeah. Because I also remember in the patch notes, they justify the Night Soldier. Like one of the reasoning is turn two. If you stop player one, and then turn two you play 3+2. So turn two you play Blood Tier and the Night Sorrow. They said it's really impressive. But the problem is it happens in like 1 in 10 games. So I don't know, is that a big deal? I don't know. It's really weird.
So getting to this, it looks like a horrifying situation for Sun. Yeah, he's gonna have to make the call to just do back-to-back Nova turns face and hope Solar Pie can't kill their own minions to heal.
Yep. Yeah, if it's the old post, he would have died.
Damn, 1 HP left. Oh, Solar Pie can't kill anything. Ah. They were on the cusp of swinging things into their favor, unfortunately. They're just not able to heal through Triple Nova.
Yeah, that's the classic. Win board, lose the game.
Just Duelyst things. Out of hand damage wins again.
Like, honestly, I don't think there's anyone enjoy playing Nova Mirrors. It's so stupid. It's actually so stupid.
Well, this wasn't quite a Nova mirror. No Novas in Solar Pie's deck, so they can't overwrite the tiles. This is cute. Suiciding for their minions on the next turn if Sun doesn't have a way of killing them. Sun choosing to end it with a blood tier. Nothing fancy. Almost.
Yep.
That was almost a good swing back for Solar Pie.
Yeah. I actually mixed up the action. I thought Solar Pie was playing some sort of Kolos deck, like Sarlacc with Noble.
Oh, well, no.
Yeah.
Colas doesn't do the Widow thing, right? I don't think so.
Yeah, he doesn't. He just he used to play Sarlacc with Noble, but no, actually just with Meta Summoning this deck.
Yeah, I know he likes his Sarlacc. Hasn't he sort of sworn off his Sarlacc, though? I think Colas keeps saying, oh, there's too many Zerails everywhere.
Yeah, and I honestly think that the Void Pulse nerf hurts the deck. Yeah, but that's just my opinion.
All right, well, coming in next, we have Walls, Vanor. So another team attempting to bring back the Walls archetype with the Draugr Lord buff. We have, yeah, I'd say it's like the old school Walls deck. The only thing missing is Lady Locke, of course, doesn't work with Walls anymore, so there's some other space for different cards there. What do you think about these iterations of the New Age Wall Vanor?
Yeah, I think Aspect of the Foxes, I think it's a solid thing. And some decks, like even Walls Vanguard, they don't play Gravity well because, like, on 3 mana, it's kind of iffy. It's like on its own, it's a very average card.
Yeah, Gravity Well is pretty polarizing. I've seen people. There's people that like it, and there's people that think it just doesn't do enough.
Like in one draw, when it's 2 mana, it's actually crazy. But...
Two mana for 4 provokers. That's kind of too efficient.
Yeah. Here, I actually would have replaced one Mystic, but I think it's fine to keep it as well.
Might be looking to do some sort of trade up if it's not a Fenrir opener. Bone Chill Barrier gets the boot. Calvin can dump their entire hand on turn 1 if they really want to. They can play everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think if I'm remembering correctly, like Alpha Sentry's wall deck doesn't run the bear either. Boring Bear, is that the name?
Yeah, Borean Bear.
Because if you actually can play walls into something like Razorback or Druglord, it doesn't really matter. Like it's kind of like an inconsistent snowball. I know Soulfit plays like back then.
I think Borean Bear is kind of on the level of like Light Chaser, or whatever the Lionar guy is, but slightly better on average. We do see Calvin is all in, so we'll be in top deck mode probably for the rest of the game unless the Snow Chasers get good value. Sun is going to have to figure out how they want to handle this because they can only play 1 card on this first turn. Do
you know if Sun run Grasp?
Sun has 1 copy of Grasp and 1 Dark Transform. But yeah, one Grasp.
Because obviously, against Vanna, it's a key card. Prophet doesn't block the Grasp damage.
Yeah, Grasp did some serious work just the other day. In one of the games we were casting, took out like 6 walls and hit the general.
Yeah. I'm not sure how to feel about the Walls Vanna in general, because it's a pretty new deck. Like, before the patch, obviously, it's kind of non-existent. But it looks pretty strong to me, like when I see other people play it.
I'm wondering if... Because one of the things that made it really oppressive was the Lady Lock buff. I know it's not the same exact thing in execution, but I wonder if Mercblood could supplement as a pseudo Lady Lock with the walls.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, in theory, it should work, like about the same.
Maybe I can mess with it down the road.
Like the thing to me is, I feel like the deck is it seems really bad if it's behind. Like it wants to pretty much always be proactive and light on heal.
That is true.
So if you're behind, it's pretty hard to play it.
And it's tougher to remain resilient against Magmar once again, since their Plasma Storms are now mainstream. Your Fenrir's and pretty much everything gets Plasma Stormed. Even Draugr Lord, when he transforms himself, gets Plasma Stormed. So I guess Magmar's prevalence will determine how much airtime or usage the Walls Vanner sees at any given point.
Yeah. It's interesting that Sun plays Shrouded in Nova, because I recently also started using it because like the problem is you need something that they will land like otherwise you almost like auto lose.
You don't want to transform Lantern Fox into an Arctic Fox and call it a day?
No. Maybe you can play Zenrui. I mean, some like you can do that.
Well, this list in particular is triple cryogenesis, so maybe they just let one Phoenix Fire go on average, and that might be fine. Oh man. Glacial Elemental value taken out a Bloodseer Alchemist. Hot diggity. And people say player 2 can't infiltrate.
Yeah, it depends really. Like if it's Crystal Cloaker, I can definitely see what you're talking about, but
I know Crystal Cloaker is another polarized opinion card, but I don't know. I think even if half the time it's imitating a Windblade Adept, it's good in my book.
yeah. The annoying thing about this matchup is like there will be a lot of turns, like for the Abyssian player, if they have cross. If this game would be so free, and then you don't have it, it's pretty triggering.
Yeah, you can't
But I guess
rely
that's
on
what
that one
happens.
of.
Yeah, that's what happens. You play one. It's hard to say.
And Sun's deck isn't really equipped to deal with the Zoo. Outside of that, one of a lot of awkward turns here. I think we'll just see Night Sorrow with Bloodseer. Yep.
Yeah, let's do a Night Sorrow.
Prioritizing the
Decide to
Glacial.
kill the. Yep.
I guess 3-4 isn't too bad for the bear. Assuming they don't dump a bunch of walls, Calvin could potentially destroy Sun if they did Glacial Bone Chill right here. Free Spiral Technique and board clear. They can clear the board again if they want to. And then hit for 5, which is pretty good. You set up another bear. Hey Nick Lauren, how you doing? Oh, we see Fenrir being developed though. I think
Yeah, also,
I prefer. Yeah, go on.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I think I would have preferred the glacial clear and then just smork it up. It's a really good time to get ahead against Sun. This is a lot of threats too, although the other bear was sent really far out of range. Drew into Heart Sister though.
Yeah, without grass, you definitely can't clear it.
Rest in
I also
peace,
remember,
glasses frames.
I also remember before the Spectral Blade mode, like in this matchup, you just heal a million for free. But now it doesn't quite work that way.
Hmm. I wonder if Sun is going to lure the provokers so they can move around. I think we might see that. They could. Yeah, I think they want to do that.
Yeah, but even then, you're not. You're still trapped, kind of.
Interesting. Calvin's in the situation again where if they can just replace into like another gravity well, they can pop off. Nope, didn't get it. So the bears will stay low.
Yeah, Razorback, right?
Yeah, Razorback too. That would be 8, 14, 18, 20. That would have been lethal. Razorback was lethal. So Sun dodging bullets here. Yeah, maybe Walls Vanar needs Ghost Links in it too. Something to get cards.
Yeah, because if you don't play Ghostlands, you're only relying on Cryo.
Yeah, and they don't
And
have
most turns
they don't have any like
most
5
turns
mana
you
cards.
yeah, most turns you also want to play multiple cards.
Yeah, I think Walls Vanar easily drops 2 to 3 cards per turn throughout the game. So they usually stay low. But there's no Dancing Blade options here, slower options that can let them pseudo draw up. Only Snow Chasers. Which when you think about it, if you have to use a Heart Sister to get your Snow Chaser back in hand, now it's only cycling and not drawing. So it's kind of worse.
Yeah.
This is really interesting positioning on Calvin's part. Calvin, I feel like being a little too passive. They're looking for the nuke. I get that. They have their board. They're looking for the nuke, but they're also giving Sun time to get out of the situation. They could have pushed him down to under 10 HP 2 turns ago, let alone the previous turn.
Yeah, I think I would play with hit the wolf and run away to the right.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Take out the Healing Mystic with you. If you want to eliminate the threat of the bears, you have a good choice to do that now too. And Shadow Nova 2 of the other ones, yeah.
But Sun decides to play defensive.
I think Sun
Which is
has
fine
the
too.
luxury of doing this sort of play. Now Calvin's in sort of an awkward situation. No value to be gained on their Glacial Elemental. Could punch for 5 if you want to turn your Hearth Sister into a seismic golem. It actually replaces that spell, so never mind.
Yeah, pretty much like every Vanguard deck, the game plan is always to build a board, and then if you have Razorback, you just win. Like, you have to hope your board survives.
Yeah, I think that's usually like the dream idea to execute. Vanguard can win by chipping away, though, if they choose to just fight every turn with the board they have instead of waiting for the huge payoff. I guess it comes down to player approach, though. I'm not sure what Calvin does here. We're just developing some tier 1 minions, so to speak. And
yeah, you don't really have a strong hand.
Hearth Sister not using its abilities. So that's 2 Hearth Sisters down. The bear still left in Narnia, though, not brought into forward, but moved like 1 up or forward or whatever it did. Yeah, a place into a Nova here would be pretty back-breaking, I think. Revenant just as good, though.
Yeah, I think you just clear the Fenrir.
Oh, like hit Fenrir and use Revenant on it? Yeah, you could do that. You could continue to walk away, I guess, and have Revenant block for you. Take out one of the things. I think Sun's HP threshold is pretty decent, though. I would probably do both Hearth Sisters just to remove bodies from the board. It's clear Calvin wants to Razorback. It's been pretty clear for the past few turns, that's what they want to do.
Yeah, you don't have to play poster either, but if you stay healthy, there's there's no realistic way of that.
Calvin currently doesn't have a good answer for Revenant. They can only summon 1 Vespear with Glacial. Not enough damage to kill it. So they might take another 4 if it trades into Fenrir.
Yeah, normally you don't expect your Rev to live. Sometimes happens. Oh, there it is.
Okay, replaced into your Fox. Subtracting 3 attack and the ability, it's alright. I suspect we see Walls and Rejuvenator guy come down.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to play defensive here.
Was this the set where you misclicked a Nova? Yes, it was. Huh. I'm really surprised the Rejuvenator is by the General.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Maybe to keep it away from a devastating... I would have put it like top right of that top gravity well. That would play around the grasp. Yeah, we do see grasp in hand now.
Yeah, one off grass, finally.
Oh, we can even
because
get
if
a
Kelvin
value
wants
lure.
to... Yeah. Because if Kelvin wants to half sister something, and you would do the bear, right? So there's no reason to put the Rejuve there, though.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the threat of Razorback, I would say you could leave these walls up, play your Revenant, and start picking them off while keeping a barrier up for yourself, but this is a much smarter turn.
Yeah. You can also just rev grass the walls and just walk away. That's fine as well.
Sun's at a comfortable 18. They couldn't walk away because they chose to punch. And Tempo Assassin going down too. Probably feeling pretty confident they've weathered the storm for the most part. Calvin still low on cards. So the Sun burned quite a bit, down to 3 as well. HP totals are close. You know, maybe with the way that turn played out, it's a good thing the Rejuvenator was played so far back because Assassin couldn't reach it, which it would have been able to.
Yeah. It's also kind of lucky to draw all your 7 drops. Like this is an obvious no.
Well, they are about what's left in the deck for the most part. You know, we haven't seen Vorpal Reaver at all. It's also in the deck as a one-of. I don't think we've seen it in Sun's hand once so far. Calvin's going for the full surround, sacrificing 2 walls to the spikes, preemptively buffing. Could be a scary situation, but Sun is able to walk away and kill something with a Revenant or with a Nova.
But if you Nova the Razorback Pyre, you still get hit by Reju. So it's kind of tricky.
Could play Revenant to the top right and clear the wall on your left and then walk up while blocking the Razorback as an option. Looks like we'll see it just wipe out the scary 6-6 or 6-4. Okay, going down to 11. Feeling confident enough that Calvin can't do 11 damage on 2 cards. Now, if they had the 3rd Hearth Sister and 2nd Razorback, they could hypothetically kill Sun here. So I'm not sure I would have gone to 11 myself, but very bold decision.
Yeah, the problem with this top deck war is like Abyssian obviously has way higher value per card. So, but you have a Glacier and Infiltrate, so I guess it's all right.
Glacial and Infiltrate is nice as long as it's only Revenant popping up.
Yeah, because the second Nova, you'll be close to death.
Will Calvin heal the Razorback? Or their face? They choose their face. Probably a wise choice. What can Sun? Sun can Flameblood Warlock and he wins. He has that as an out. Otherwise, this looks pretty precarious. Might need to
Yeah,
Nova
no,
Razorback and walk 2 to the right. Okay, now they can Void Pulse Razorback.
what a top deck. Okay.
Pretty good draw. Yeah, pretty good draw.
Yeah, I think if Sun runs lawn and run grass, this game would be a lot less close. But
Calvin's done an alright job making the grass slightly not devastating, although the one that did occur was pretty crippling.
yeah, here even if you top that Razorback, it doesn't kill, so it's pretty doomed.
Yeah, and you can't like use both your cards in hand to bounce the Razorback back. Looking at Calvin's deck, probably want to draw healing. Maybe want to draw Draugr Lord so that you have a big scary thing to set up and send in the Glacial Elemental. You would have to sack your Snow Chaser to the creep in order to get it in a comfortable spot, but any turn waiting is pretty risky. Did I see that right? That was a Hearth Sister on the Gravity Well. You provoke Sun. An interesting choice. If Sun had like a 2-drop and a Revenant, that could be fatal. They have a Void Pulse.
And another Void Pulse.
Wow. This match actually might go on for a bit. If we see Reaver come down, Calvin can at least bounce it and keep fishing for a solution here. So we still have a game on our hands.
Yeah.
The question is, do you keep your Fenrir and just play that, or do you look for your Draugr Lord or something? And I would say about 80% of your remaining deck is less desirable than this Fenrir War Master.
I feel like no matter what you do, you're fucked. Yeah. The placement of the creep also makes it so that you can't threaten.
Yeah, I like the creep placement. It's quite a good swap of spikes, making it really awkward for Calvin to do anything. Oh! Top deck Nova into lethal. So Sun will get away with it. Quite an entertaining game, though.
Yep.
Okay. The 3 decks have gone down. We have the makings of another Abyssian sweep. Oh, I wonder if that week 9 deck is parodying this deck, huh? Okay, I'm noticing some deck name irony. So we have 41 as optimal. I'll spoil it now. I won't say what deck it is, but in week 9 there's a deck called 48 as optimal from some other team.
Okay.
It has 48 cards, which is funny. But anyway, we have a minion high featuring Widowmaker for the first time in Team Wars. I think we've never seen Widowmaker played in any other deck. I might be mistaken. Might have been somewhere else. There's also Cyclone Mask in this deck.
Yeah, but looks like they're just rollable.
Hey, that's the 41st optimal card, right?
Yeah, also plays 2 OBS.
Oh yeah, off-scene OBS, 1 Ghost Lightning. I'm kind of surprised by the Ghost Lightning inclusion with the increase in Jack's True Sight. We have seen Jack still used. I think he's made it in 2 decks over the course of Week 8, but he definitely was cut out of most teams' decks.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what else you want to hit with Ghost Lightning on average, because currently Wraithlings are not an archetype and there's no other weenie archetype in existence in Duelyst.
But when Blood Rage was 1 mana, it's way easier to justify.
Sure. Let's not relive those dark days, though.
Yeah. I feel like now no one plays Ghostlight, like unless they're trolling.
It's definitely fallen off, I think for good reason. It's just, there's nothing to hit with it. Like, what do you hit? Blood Tear Alchemist? What cards have 1 HP? Not a lot. Most of them have 2 or more.
I also saw Ham, which is I think it's a card real hard to play now because of cheap removal. Like the buff doesn't really matter. It's like a placebo buff.
Yeah, the buff is I mean, I think it's noticeable enough, but it's not really doing anything to make it better per se. It just makes it, I guess, feel like you said, a placebo. Feels better.
Yeah.
It's not actually that much better. Hammond is okay though in my book. I think Hammond really shines against Magmar. Certain matchups. She shines in certain matchups. I don't know how she'll do. Probably not as good against this sort of Abyssian list, which has got ways of hitting her.
Yeah, if you can play around Entropic, it's pretty good against Retrude. They can't really answer it.
But does Songhai utilize any sort of provoke? Maybe that's what needs to happen. No, it's probably not good enough. I was thinking, where are the Lady Lock Songhai decks? They would probably be insane.
I saw some people try it when Div got buff, but it's, I don't know. It's just like seems too trolly stuff.
Too trolly. Yeah, it's probably. Anyway, nice clear on Delicious's part, able to keep Tuskboard nice and healthy. I wonder if we'll see a Shroud play here to buff Araki and stop Tuskboard from going back to hand. You know what? Did I not see the mask correctly in the thing? Was it Shadow's mask and Cyclone as a 1 of 3 Shadow, 1 Cyclone? I thought it was Blood Rage for a moment. But it's looking like it's actually Shadow's.
Yeah, I think they play both. I don't know. It's Shadow plus something. I didn't quite see it.
Shadow and a Mystery Mask.
Yeah. So some replaced the Shroud.
Alright, 1 of Flame Blood coming in handy. You know, that Tuskboard ping, kind of a lot of damage.
Yeah. Like normally, I think Songhai is really favored in this matchup, but you know, like this Songhai deck looks like they're playing for fun. So you never know.
I think the classic spell high can easily outpace your Novas usually. But
Yeah,
this is a slower list. Now, with that in mind, we could see a Widowmaker development here. And Delicious might be able to get away with that, depending on what Sun replaces into.
yeah. I think the main problem with this is Lantern Fox, but you don't get to play it, so.
Yeah, there are no Lantern Foxes in this deck. True Sin for all Songhais everywhere. It's just so much value. How do you not? Alright, Sun's going in again. Gonna have to contest with some Widowmaker action. Could see it clearing the Dancing Blades if Delicious wants to spend Saber Spine Seal. He could use the mask to hit that Araki. Nope, not doing that. Don't want to eat 5, I suppose. Yeah, if you're Delicious, instead of clearing Dancing Blades, you could just hit face.
Yeah.
Do you 6 face, summon Tuskboard, do you 3 face, and then stay out of range of the other shit?
Like Widowmaker is such a stupid card. Cause like what one like when you play against some like silver or bronze players, like you can when you lose it, it's like so dumb. Cause like no one plays that, but it's so stupid when it works.
Yeah, they can get carried away. The power of range and Duelyst, gotta respect it. Even if the minion seems dinky on average. I like how Sun took out the one that hit him in the face. The demonic lure. Actually striking Delicious. So recognizing this might be a slower Songhai list.
Yeah, turn 1 when they open Mystic, you know they're minion card. But there is I mean you could say there's also like a lot of variety in like minion high. Because I know some people also play Chakri and forwards in it.
This turn is disgusting. Whoa. Alright, going for the board clears. Delicious had the potential to deal like 20 damage face there if they wanted to. Could do 8 with double inner focus on Kaido, and 2 tusk borders is another 6. And then you had 3 on the Widowmaker, 2 on your other Kaido, and 2 on your general. So Sun could have been smorked, but opted to clear board. Might be a mistake, since it is a 7 mana turn. I would have smorked the fuck out of Sun there, because he's not going to answer your board with a 7 mana Abyss card. So, might have thrown the match there.
Yeah, also, like personally, I'll always be worried about like lure grass just wiping your board. It's like this play, in my opinion, doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I suppose Lure Grass could be kinda nasty, but at the same time, you're drawing 3 cards. If you put them down to 4, you're probably gonna kill them on the next turn.
Yeah.
Alright, now it comes down to what does Sun prioritize? Tackling. Looks like Kaido's gonna get hit with Flame Blood. Probably trade in the Boar's face and then maybe Revenant on the Widowmaker.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Not hitting the boar, letting it go back to hand. I like how Sun's actually using board to their advantage here. Maybe it's something that's underutilized with the Songhai matchup, you know? It is really bad to let that boar go back. But it can be handy if you play it out well. Mask of Shadow's value. And a Haman coming. Excellent synergistic values, Haman and artifacts.
Yeah, I guess you could have double board there as well. Because like this play, you're gambling. They don't have like Blood Tier Knights all over.
I think it's an okay gamble to make for this turn. I'm still hung up over the fact that they could have died on this turn if they did 20 damage on the previous. But with things the way they are, well, you have 9 out of hand damage, so you're a little ways off.
Yeah. Here you just punch clear the Kaido.
Sun,
Pulse Knights off.
Yeah, Sun is really good at replacing in the Void Pulse when they need it.
Yeah. Actually, I'm thinking of like not playing free pulse myself because I think obviously it's very good with Night Sword, but like by itself it's way weaker as a card. So I'm not sure about that.
The Void Pulse change took out one of my meme decks that I had, called it 12 Pulse, because I would just copy Void Pulse 12 times with Alsuin and Twilight. And Keeper the Veil. But it's not nearly as good of a card to copy 12 times over now.
There was a card in Legacy called like Lord Weaver or something, where if you draw a spell, it draws like an extra copy. Like the old pulse of that card would be so stupid.
Oh yeah.
I remember some people played it, yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that one. Alright, well, unfortunately for Sun, they are, well, they're alive. No, they're dead. They're dead because they played Tuskboar. Should've did the math.
Yeah.
They actually, oh man, yeah. If they didn't play Tuskboar in the previous turn, they would have won because they drew a Saber Spine Seal and had the inner focus to do the next turn kill. So, critical error. Not that Delicious knew, but needed to hold on to that boar.
And also that potential 20 damage turn, like you said.
So we have a Magmar here coming up next. The Magmar, I think, tends to be somewhat disadvantaged against the creep strategies.
Yeah, because they can lure your Harvester away and then just like burn you. so it's like pretty hard to play this.
Yeah, they can help their stall plan by sending away your good stuff. So this is about your average mid-range style Magmar. You have your 9/2 drops, you have your curve, Vet Silthars, and Elders on the top end. There's a 1 of Bounded Life Force. Couple Greater Fortitudes making their return. I know that card's slightly... It's like here sometimes and then not here other times. It's nowhere near as good as it used to be, obviously, but making a Mecantor capable of doing 6 damage and surviving at 5 HP, probably the best use Greater Fort has. So it can be worth it for that.
But in this sort of mid-rangey deck, it's kind of weird because like you would want to play defensive in a lot of matchups. So it's, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
No, I agree. In the mid-range, its usefulness can be very specific. This game is peak Abyss gameplay. All right, we're looking forward to it then. I'm looking forward to all the games. Decoy, you will like this game apparently, according to 3 Yen, please, aka Sun.
Okay. I have to guess probably you top deck lethal with flame ball or something. That would be my guess.
Alright, we have our prediction for the match. Flame Blood top decks for lethal. Deathwemar has a pretty good turn too.
Yeah, this play, it's a lot stronger than if you played Veteran.
I like that they're pulling back Vindicator. It's like old school strats when Vindy used to be able to rush multiple things. Hey Nanger, how you doing? Can be an awkward turn for Sun here. What would you do?
He's thinking about replacing Oba, right? He's like covering it. I think he replaced already.
No, chose not to replace yet. Going for the draw of Artifact Hunter first. I think they still have a replace. Or did they do it earlier, so they can't do it again?
I think if you're a player too, you could keep it, but I don't know.
Well, they chose to keep. Just walk away from the Hammer Man. A valid strategy. Deathwemar could nuke their board if they want to. Probably he just... I would just march my army forward, hit face, and develop a veteran. And since you replaced into that, make sure you leave something ready to take the tile. Instead, going for a Lady Lock play with Healing Mystic. I am surprised by that. I don't think that's as good as the Veteran Silithar in this case. You know your opponent has a Grasp too in deck.
Yeah, it's weak to Blade Grasp.
Yeah, I think Veteran and then Ramp and the Cantor, practically guaranteed, would have been the way to go. You just drew a second Cantor too, would have been backbreaking. Triple Nova for Sun.
Yeah, I wouldn't keep Flame Blood there either. I think that's correct.
Not keeping Flame Blood, but keeping Novas. I mean, now you may as well keep the Novas, right? They're only 2 turns away. 7 mana comes so fast in the Duelyst world.
Yeah, I used to play Artifact Hunter as well, like in more aggro decks, but I don't think like... I don't know, can you justify it in mid-range decks now? Like, now that Blade is so much weaker. Like, before it's like so steep. Like, only after the nerf I realized how steep that is, like healing too.
The difference between 2 and 1, pretty significant, yeah. I still think Blade is a pretty good card because it gives you a good early clear, but it's definitely not, it's lacking that sustained prowess that it used to have.
Yeah, before it's way better when you're behind. You can still play it. Like now, the heal is way weaker.
3 yen, please. AKA Sun here. Thanks, Artie Hunter. Is really good in creep. Good early mid-game body and draw. I think Artifact Hunter has it's got its moments.
Yeah, on 6 mana, it's nice to play also.
So I was a little surprised by this turn again on Death Remor's part. Went for a full board clear. It was just a Blitztier Alchemist though. And pretty much threw away a Vindicator. Instead of developing a Veteran Silithar 2 turns in a row. You know, you gotta use the Veteran to get use out of the Veteran. I know it could be whipped away, but it'll get back into play eventually. Sun could whip this, play Rejuvenator, clear the Vindy, and then they're good for the rest of the game. They can set up the Nova in the corner and pretty much cover all relevant tiles if they do it right, and be untouchable from the Magmar play.
Yeah, if the Abyss yet it's like full hell of distance. It looks super bad.
They want to play around Mecantor, so I won't call that a misplay, but they do miss out on 1 healing by not trading first. I think a worthwhile sacrifice. I would keep that meta if I was Death Remor because of the threat of Revenants. I think Death Remor is a little hung up on clearing Sun's board. They're at full HP. None of the cards that they're killing are actually threats. They've held themselves back from developing their own threats for 3 turns in a row now, and I think that's a big mistake. Sun obviously can Nova here. I think you would want to put it... You could put it in a way that it coaxes Vath away from hitting you in the face, but you might lose out on value on future turns, so you may want to put it up to hit the like top tiles of Vath. You could also not hit Vath with this first one, so that you can not put the Nova in the middle. That way you get max value on the next turn.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it matters though, because his opponent is just like playing for fun.
Is this playing for fun? I mean, he's playing to make sure his son never plays a minion. That much is true.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's a far... Oh, don't put it back there. I don't know about this Death Remor. You are about 2 Novas away from dead, and hey, there's 2 Novas in Sun Sand. Not that you know that, but that Silithar Elder being 18 miles away is not doing you any good. Alright, we do see it go down though. If you want to do this as Magmar against Abyss, you kinda have to have Earth Sphere in your deck to out-sustain the damage, I think. Otherwise, you're just gonna lose. You can't do the Elder Army against Nova if you lack the healing.
Yeah. Playing for fun.
Playing for fun. Indeed. So, let's see if Flame Blood is drawn. Or was it off of a replace for your prediction? So we do have at least one more turn, but this match is looking over.
Yeah, not like it matters.
It doesn't.
Peak of this gameplay. Indeed.
I don't know if I can say peak Abyss gameplay. I know they're triple novaing here, so that is peak Abyss gameplay, but Death Remore is kind of asking for it too. Didn't really do anything to prevent this from going down the way it is. And Lady Locke we trust. I think we're just gonna see triple nova and that's it.
Yeah, he need to do this turn like 5 turns early.
Well, he did do Lady Locke turn 5 turns earlier, and I think he needed to do a Veteran Silithar instead.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll hand it off to Sun. They have Peak Abyss strats here, just Nova, Nova, Nova. Smiley face. Feels good, man. So that is Magmar taken out. They only have a Lionar left. Get that icon. So if we're going to see a reverse sweep, and if any deck can do it, it's going to be a Lionar. But we have quite the unique Lionar concoction, Bond 2.0, featuring Lux Ignis. What's his name? I always forget the guy, the 4-mana angel man. His name?
Purgatos.
Purgatos, that's the one. Arclight Sentinels
Yeah,
being featured and stuff.
Normally Lionel wins this matchup, but again, another 4-fun deck, it seems. So I think I know what's happening.
I like seeing the Lux Ignis get featured. I really do. It's on the... I hate the card. I'm gonna admit I hate the card because it's a furry dragon person, but the effect is like borderline decent for a 5-mana card.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to answer.
5 HP, it is one of the sturdier ranged minions, if not the sturdiest one.
Like, if only he replaced Mystic there, then he could have 3 dogshit cards in his hand. didn't didn't go with that play.
Oh, a guy man would want that situation. Double 2's just fine. They need to do an extra replace.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Charm is good, because it's always really annoying, but I don't think it's actually a good card. A lot of people have tried it.
I'm not sure as well.
Because normally you don't want to ignore it either.
And the right resources, the Ashurhorn Shaman can put in a lot of work. Maybe super underutilized of a card. Sun is saying they made a bunch of stupid plays this game. Hunger was setting in, brain being fatigued. Guess we'll have to wait and see what they do exactly. Purgatos likely coming down. could play Purgator safely from getting hit. Yep, we do see it backlined. Double Divine Bond no longer stacks, but would be hilarious if it gets DB'd on the next turn.
Yeah. This plays around Night Sorrow. If Sun has Blood Tier Night Sorrow. Or post Night Sorrow, doesn't matter.
Yeah, he won't be able to. Well, Pulse you could do. Just using Pulse to clear off Mystic, though. I think Sun's about to get decked really hard. And...
yeah, this is a decoy turn.
Guy could even throw out Tempest first. No, second. You can DB and then Tempest here to clear the Flame Blood and do a whopping 11 damage to your opponent. Healing off the Tempest damage. There was also a line of play to just see Iron Cliff get dropped down, but I think the call to punch for 7 is pretty enticing.
Last turn, Sun also could have walked away. Like, he doesn't have to be in the ring.
Yeah, that's true. Well, he wanted to get the Mystic. The nasty Mystic needed to be got. Do you see the Tempest? I think Guyman, yeah, was second guessing there for a moment if they really want to walk in range of a Rocky or not. So I think new Divine Bond should not be dispellable, personally, because it uses the damn white number and it says set minions attack to value, but it is dispellable. I don't know if Sun is aware of that, but... They're gonna do it.
I think here, if Sun had a Rejuve, it would be fine.
Yeah, if they had something a little meatier to do in conjunction than just Void Pulse Shroud, they'd be in an alright position. You can cash in on 5 damage now for Rocky. They do decide to do that. The guy can develop whatever 5-drop they want, plus Windblade Adept. Lux Ignis can heal him for 2. This probably is the better play just because Iron Cliff has airdrop, so you can get the Shroud as well. Now, luckily for Sun, one of Dark Transform is ready to go. However, yeah, probably one of Dark Transform.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you keep the lure because next turn you most likely play Vault Reaper. I'm not sure.
I think it's okay to keep the lure. This is a guaranteed second Cliff answer if you suspect it. Sunseen Purgatus and Azure Horn Shaman. They know it's a Divine Bond deck. I don't know if they're aware of other shenanigans that might be in the deck. Lore is pretty good at dealing with Lux Ignis, though, bringing it into assassin range. Guy Man with the back-to-back Windblade plus 5-drop turns, pretty good. Get some healing as well. Could ignore that. Develop a Vorpal Reaver if you want. Could Dancing Blade one of the Windblades and then do something else. Probably just Nova a Windblade and face and then walk away.
Yeah.
And the only issue with this is it's kind of only doing 2 damage to Guy if he sticks by his lady, but I think it's probably one of the more worthwhile things you can do.
Divine Bond on a Lux Sickness. Pretty funny.
Hey, 5/5 range is pretty legit. Guy has a copy of RN Nexus in the deck, so he could fish for that. If he happens to draw like a Tempest, no, he wouldn't have enough mana to do some real meanery.
Yeah, I don't think you need Shaman. You just replace it.
Looks like he's happy to keep Shaman.
Looks
though.
like he's playing for fun again.
No, actually,
Immo face for fun.
oh, I'm a face with Divine Bond. You have enough for it. It's 1-off lethal. It's not bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I would heal for 2 here just in case. Nice top decks from Guy Man the Dude. Son going to have to somehow answer everything that can reach him, which is Lux and Shaman if they choose to run in the corner. They can whip the Lux and Blood Tear Night Sorrow, the Shaman. So, could try to survive. They'll be guaranteed dead to the Tempest, though. Looks like their win streak ends here, as they have no healing.
Yeah, you don't have mana for the healing. Like if you go for the clear, so.
Yeah, they could do this to grasp and get rid of the 3rd minion. I like how they chose the Blood Tier last just to make sure they didn't fuck it up. See Ironcliff getting played and then Tempest. Because why not?
Oops.
Alright, Sun is taken out, so Lionar is successful. We have Vanor coming in next, I think. So despite the stats that I've posted suggesting Vanor is highly disadvantaged against Lionar, there's still... Okay, well this is quite a unique Vanor list. Maybe they are advantaged against Lionar. I'm not sure. We have Samsara. I forget what that is. Some religious thing, right? I'm gonna look it up. Samsara. Apparently it's a corporation. The cycle, death, and rebirth to which life in the material world is bound. Right, that. Okay, so Zerael makes sense in the deck with that name. We have a kind of out punch going on. I do see polarity in the deck as well.
Yeah, I believe he played as an Archon. I've seen this deck.
Oh. What do you think about
Actually,
the new Rhino?
New Rhino. I don't know. Like if you're, it's hard to say honestly because you can't really. Is it 6 mana now? It's 6 mana, right?
Yeah, it's 6 mana, 6/8
6 mana.
or 7.
You can't combo it with Spirit. So it's I've seen people play it, but if you don't have, if you don't give it rush, you can just walk away, right? So I think it's playable, but I don't know. I don't know.
It's kind of the closest thing to Archon stats and sort of a Kron, but yeah, you can't out of hand rush it anymore, which is probably for the best. You know, this is quite a beefy celerity minion.
If you're Tempo Vanna, you can play that. Like, but if you play Walls, I don't think it makes that much sense.
How about mixed in with Arcanist shenanigans and Zerael, like in this list?
It could work, I don't know.
Guess we will find out if it goes down or not. The guy. Speaking of which, guy has not an ideal turn. One of their effects are gonna get wasted. I suspect Healing Mystic gets played alone because Arclight Sentinel can remove. Definitely experimental, currently over Bone Reaper, still unsure. I think the power of Rhino as a frontline minion is probably something to consider. Until Zenrui is no longer a thing, which I don't know if that'll ever happen, I'm never gonna like Bone Reaper as long as Zenrui is neutral.
Yeah.
It's cool with Zerael. It doesn't reactivate if Zerael hits Infiltrate, right? Does it get the Infiltrate turn? The Celerity turn? No, right? That would be weird.
Which card are we talking about?
Rhino. Rhino with Zerael. If it hits Infiltrate.
I don't. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure.
Not seeing this.
I've died to Polarity Albies before. It's pretty triggering.
I've tried Polarity Albeast and it doesn't work for me. I never hit with it once in about 4 or 5 games, so I didn't try very hard, but there was an attempt. I need to see something real quick with this so that my eyes aren't deceiving me. Dancing Blades. Okay. All is good. Anyway. I kind of missed what happened on the last turn. I see we have a spattering of minions developed, but they're kind of already surrounded by Vanar things, so that's interesting. You don't see this sort of positioning all the time. Pretty decent value for the Healing Mystic for the Aran Nexus. You know, since Sundrop Elixir is now equivalent to RN Nexus when it comes to giving minions HP, I wonder if there wouldn't be argument to try it out a little bit more. The only issue is Sunriser is so damn tempting to utilize.
Yeah.
Lux getting replaced. Probably a wise choice. So it is. Yeah, this is a Hailstone Prison Vanar. They have answers to single target things. About to see some magnetize value instead of just martyrdom here. I would probably just martyrdom that. Although magnetize lets you develop Purgatos too, but you lose your Arclight.
Yeah, last turn, I guess Sun could have played Fenrir instead of Naked Albies.
Yeah, they could have played Fenrir. I think it's alright to bait out the early Martyr. Actually, I'm not sure if they've seen Martyrdom from Guy's list in the last game at all. So maybe they felt like they could just play it. And now Guy used Magnetize instead, so they still don't know Martyrdom is in the deck or not.
If you replace Wisp here, it's not really useful. Pretty sure though.
I would play it, because if you don't play it right now, then why is it even in your deck? I think I would just develop Wisp Fenrir. You'd have 5 mana to do that.
Yeah.
I'm just noticing Sun is back in as Vanar this time, so if they win here, this will be the Sun sweep all the way. But yeah, I think this is the right choice. You have a lot of big stuff. You can get the 7 mana on the next turn, which is quite a large milestone. If Linar lets you, or get to 8 mana earlier, although that's not as big of a milestone as 7 is. So yeah, gotta consider hitting that Crystal Wisp if you wanna do a Holy Ammo play. Could also just develop both of your minions, though. Don't have to Holy Ammo.
Yeah, pretty interesting that you replace the Pandora. Because next turn you're on 7.
Looking for options now, and well, if you see the crystal, I think it's a good idea to hold your martyrdom at that point, because you know they have to have something big. And we actually do see the clear on Fenrir. It's poor Purgatos getting held back, probably for the best, maybe. Vanar makes it hard to get some value developments, but eventually you're gonna have to start playing minions.
Yeah, I think this sort of Vanar with Wisp and big late game minions. Like, if you can get to late game, I think it beats Lana, but the problem is, like, you have to get there. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's like not played that much. I don't know. People just think like the faster decks are better.
Well, they have the sustain package to help them get to the end game. All they have to do is not get chunked down with a nasty Divine Bond. And they're doing a good job at denying Divine Bond values so far. Interesting minion placement though. I am not really sure what we're achieving by doing that. Have our guys up against the wall. Dancing Blades will not be played against us here. That guy could smork it up with another 4 damage face if he wants. Oh, it looks like he's recognizing this as a threat. These 1/1s and T3, 1/3s and T3. So we're going to Holy Emma the minions, which is pretty funny to me. I think that's a waste.
Top tier deck? Top tier play?
Well, I mean, if they were threats, they're gone now, so peace of mind can be a very powerful thing to have. You have no idea what Sun's trying to do with those minions here. I have no idea what he was doing either. If he was baiting a play like that, I think he succeeded in his plan, though. He made Guy Man waste cards on nothing, essentially.
Yeah, the thing here is if they both play a big minion, like Vanar is better with Boom, and Martyrdom heals Vanar, so it's half lineup.
I wonder if we're going to get to the point of big wars, like they play one and delete one for a few turns.
Like if Lionel has Zero and Zero, it would be the same thing.
Okay, I guess Ironcliff was decided to be... No! All 3 Holy Emma is played. Going for board clear. We just really like to clear the board. Given the smiley face. I am, like, yeah, I'm shocked that Purgatus got replaced instead of a Martyrdom to begin with, but... Oh shit, Surveil value. Wow, that's amazing spawns too for Sun. Couldn't possibly be more relevant than what they got. Scammed off of your fox. Hey, that's okay. Alright, well, we get 2 and 5 now. Unless... No, Guy can't possibly justify martyring another one of those or the rejuve.
Yeah, this lineup deck is just too top tier. I don't know how to analyze this. This deck is just, I don't know.
Well, I don't think it's too top heavy. I do think that there probably should have been some turns where Guy developed Bergie and board rather than just clearing board, because you can always look for a sweeter Holy Emma play. Guy just opted to I don't know, Ironcliff got replaced. I'm not sure what Guy is doing on this turn or in this match. They're probably just having a good time, like you said earlier, or fucking around to some degree. We see Mogwai take precedence over Purgatus and a Martyr go down too on the Azure Horn Shaman.
The synergy.
Yeah, very, very good stuff. You know, playing around Surveil. Surveil got no value on that turn. Can't bring back the Azure Horn Shaman.
And now you have no remove left, so eventually something will stick.
Yeah, I would play Surveil anyway. Even that doesn't revive anything. It's just because it's a 9/7 flying dragon. And Guy Man cashed out on 2 martyrdoms, so it probably doesn't die. All 3 Holy Emmas are gone.
I've heard people say Zero doesn't need airdrop really. Like if you give it airdrop, which he has now, it's sometimes it feels too good. I don't know.
I think it's okay since it's a 9-mana card. I wouldn't want to see it changed, at least. Oh, right, he brought Zerail back, right? So there was some value to it. In the opposite corner too. I don't know what the odds of that happening are, but it visually looks really fun. So glad we got to see that. Divine Bond going down on Azrael to lower its attack by 2 points. Very good. Purgatus finally hits the board. He really wanted to be played a while ago.
Okay.
Got some polarity action happening here too.
Double polarity.
A missed opportunity to lower your other Zerail's attack by 2 points. IMO. Pretty fun set. Not sure what was going on towards the end there, but well played, Sun and the Eggs. You had a pretty good sweep there, more or less. So that concludes their set. We have one more set to cover for today. It's going to be humans, and the senile streamers. So humans side. Let me get the roster lists up here. Captain Dragall with humans, of course, Abracadani, Smarty, Nanger, and Mezel G. On the senile streamers sides, we have Robno with Grinchers, Lucrative, Kolos, It's Just Cosmic, and Tuca. So I think as of this week, the streamers need to get a win to avoid being bumped out of top 4 contention. Meanwhile, humans needs a win to secure top 4 as a guarantee, as they can be dragged out of it if they lose here. So pretty high stakes game for these two teams. I will get their decks loaded in a second. Also gotta load up the video.
I think I'll do the first game and I'll go get dinner.
Am I solo casting? No, I have Decoy here with me, but you are welcome to join as well if you want to, Smarty. Alright, what do we got? We have an interesting lead on the point of the senile streamers side. Something we don't see too often. And as soon as I get the buttons clicked here, I need to make this deck bigger, but I'll load them in now so you can see Decoy. We have Vanar versus Songhai. Don't usually see Songhai brought to the forefront. Vanar sometimes brought to the forefront. So we have the Pride Parade Vanar. Featuring the new Rhino being utilized. Yeah, go on, share your thoughts.
Yeah, this is the tempo Vanar with Rhino, like I said.
So you call this tempo. I would look at it and think, I mean, it curves up higher, but it's got a ton of minions. Only 6 spell cards. Chrome Cold and Hailstone Prison, but very zoo-esque feel, very... We know how strong Lady Locke is with Dreamgazer and Vanar and Razorback. We've seen Sebin's success with that strategy. This is kind of like a Sebin style deck. Only Rhino is featured in here as well. On the Spell High side, we have the return of Blood Rage Mass. 2 copies of it as well. This is the Robno special because we have Mana Forgers in the deck.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, still...
He doesn't play Heartseeker.
No Heartseeker on Rob's side. He likes the Forger's high roll capabilities, does have the one of Ghost Lightning as well, just in case Ajax shows up or something else. I think Rob No has pretty much kept the one of Ghost Lightning throughout Duelyst history. He usually plays a copy of it in case he needs it. So we have Rob playing first, Smarty playing second. Take a sip of my drink here. Nice double Ghost Links opener for Smarty. Rob also has great choices.
I think I'll do this first game and I'll go get better.
Alright, no problem.
Yeah, I think you replaced Chalky, yeah.
I'm a little surprised, but yeah, Kaido's a solid opener.
Because if you play it naked or like without rush, it's pretty bad against mana.
I mean, you could say that in any matchup, really. I think most people can delete it on turn one, but if they can't, though, it could be so very enticing. I am surprised. No double Ghost Link. That got replaced in the Mulligan phase. So we're seeing Iraqi Ghost Links, which is probably even better. Straight down center. Rob, no. Can sack his boar to clear board. Kind of a tricky turn, maybe, if you could use board to like clear the Ghost Links and develop Forger in the back or something.
Yeah, it's also hard to play. Another minion that's hard to play against mana. But if you have multiple threats, it's alright.
Yeah, you just need to play enough things that they can't put them all back in your hand and whatnot. I will say Crimcold does hit Forger and Chakri quite hard, since it will delete them. Alright, do you see the board clear? Kaido cannot be protected if Rob chooses to double hit here. Actually going with Mask and card cycling, get the 4 cards again. This could be pretty good against this Vanguard deck because there's so many minions, no rush minions on Smarty's side, so they have to manually punch the mask off. It really depends on if Rob can get carried away here.
Yeah, many people just don't play Master. Like, they just replace it with Links now. Like, at 2 mana, it feels a lot worse. I guess it still does the same thing, but...
The two... It's amazing how big of a difference the 2 mana is. I think we're so distorted with how efficient it was. You know, it's still a really good card at 2. You just can't quite put it on and nuke your opponent in the same turn. You gotta put it on first and then nuke your opponent. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Looks like we're thinking about replacing the other mask. Oh. Yeah, remember what?
Because I remember, like, on release, I hated Spell. Like that's without Kaido being good. And you have like release arc, but I still hate it. So like with 1 minute blood rage, it's so stupid.
I am still of the mindset that 1 mana Blood Rage Mask might actually be conceptually okay, but the reason why it's so broken feeling or strong is because Songhai is doing something no other burn faction any other card game does, and it's the fact that they can refill their damn hand. An effect that they probably shouldn't have access to begin with. But that's my stance on the card. Is if they couldn't refill their hand, the Blood Rage Mask would only be relegated to a couple pings here and there, and maybe a 4 or 5 burst all-in turn that leaves them empty, which is how burn tends to be. Duelist burn, not so much, though.
Like, but the problem I feel like back then was if you're not playing Lion or Angry Soul with it, it's too hard to play against Songhai. Because like back then that wasn't even good, right? So it's really tough if you're not playing a lot of top tier decks.
Yeah, it's definitely a polarizing deck. Songhai's like starter kit is so fine-tuned. I'm curious how it's going to adapt with new card additions. I almost feel like the current Spellhigh deck is nearly perfect. It like might just persist. Even
like if the faction is not so unique, I would want it deleted. But because of the design, I guess you can say.
Well,
I remember like with how broken Magmar was, like if you don't draw Archon, you would still lose.
We'll have to wait to see how Dreamsloth decides to develop Songhai in the future. They do lack viable alternative archetypes. The only way that's going to change is if Spellhigh gets hit somehow. But I don't think people want it to get hit somehow, which means everything else has to catch up to it in power. And I don't know how you're going to pull that off. Because as we can
the interesting thing is the Keshra and Hammond is very good in the mirror, but in general, it's not as good.
I think Spellhigh is... Like this Songhai deck, if we look at the deck construction, 22 spells. Songhai is the only faction that plays more than 12 spells on average. I would say most factions have narrowed it down to 6 to 9 recently. Spell counts are very low in the meta at the moment. They have been for past few months. And I think this is a consequence of
maybe
that.
A bit.
Yeah, Biscian is probably higher up slightly. I think they hit the 12 ballpark usually. But other factions, they've been trimming spells on average. You don't see any like Twilight Sorcerer style decks anywhere for the most part. So I wasn't paying too much attention. Robno exploded on the Smarty, still alive though, with 7 hit points. This Lady Lock is pretty nice. Rob's hand is lacking the means to close the game out, and it's also lacking the means to save him from this Lady Lock play, so he might die on the next turn. What do you
if you have Chakri, there's a way to at least like with Juxing the left fender. Right.
Well, you'll still need to get like a Phoenix Fire or something to deal with the Dream Gazer. Oh no, the leftmost one, yeah. Okay, Chakri could be the out we're looking for. Oh,
oops.
There's no Chakri. Rob might be in trouble here. Fast summon a couple of blue eyes white dragons. You can't just put 3 blue eyes on the field. That's against the rules. Oh, it's like a painful, inevitable death as Rob can only cast a Phoenix Fire. And then is dead on the board. Smarty took quite a risk with the Dream Gazer hitting her for 2 more HP, but it paid off. Actually coming out ahead there. Alright. I did this backwards, I'm noticing, so let me fix that. It is Team 2 Songhai is out of the running, and not Team 1's. With Songhai down, we have the Natural Predator of Vanar coming in next. That would be the Lizards. TW Mags. Team Wars Mags, I assume. I'm not sure what else the TW would stand for. So, going against what I was just talking about, we actually have a spell-filled Magmar deck here with a lot of one-of copies of things, even featuring Dampening Wave, which is not commonly seen. Otherwise, appears to be your... Man, what did they cut? Did they cut the Veterans and Elders, I guess, to fit in the spell package? It's like your old-style mid-range Magmar. We had the Grove Keeper Lady Lock thing going on here that was popular in the early weeks of Team Wars. Let's get the game up. Alright, no problem. Decoy, thanks for joining me while you were here. Since you're heading out. I do love the Spirit Harvester skin. It's so good looking, that blue skin line that like Ghost Lynx and Harvester have. I think the same one. Cosmic coming in with the Magmar. Gonna look to do some Mechates action. I'm looking forward to this Dampening Wave getting played too. Huh, that was weird. So Smarty replaced into the Rhino, and then the Rhino had like a +1/+1 pop-up on it. I guess it's just the way the card works, or is programmed. I don't know why that appeared. I'm not sure I've ever noticed that detail before. Does it always do that? You don't know why that happens? It's just another one of Duelist's great mysteries. Ooh, a rocky center tile. I like it. A rocky center can be hit or miss depending on if you can buff it on the following turn. Cosmic has a fantastic open response. They want to do Decoy and then put Silithar out of range of a Rocky. Hey, no problem, Smarty. It's quite alright. We do see the double 2. The boy leading the charge. Smarty can clear the boy if they do their own double 2. They could also hold Araki Headhunter back, bring it up to 5 attack damage, and maybe cash in on that damage later if they want to take it slow a little bit. Oh yeah, feel free to stick around with commentary in chat. I'll read it out. So when we next week, I said I would keep chat off screen, but when we get into the top 4 game recordings, I will reincorporate chat onto the screen so that people can see the chat. I feel like there's no reason to really keep it hidden. This way anyone watching later on YouTube knows what people are chatting about. Alright, Cosmic has the one main issue with this sort of Magmar list. Yeah, you just kind of develop a Vindicator. Your 3 mana plays are on the weaker side. I would say your 3 to 4 mana plays are very combo centric. So we see Vindicator get established. YouTube so 1984 Twitch watching his current year. That might be true, but it's good to adhere to both audiences. Smarty is saying she made a very huge mistake on this turn. I'm not sure what you do that's going to be a huge mistake, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you go with. This is a couple of plays you could make. I mean, it is a tough call. If you want to be the one to initiate here, the engagement, you can. And just develop your Rejuvenator. You could Razorback, I guess. I would probably hold on to that in this situation. Could throw out some ice magic with Chromatic Cold. I don't really like that, but could see it happen. It is Razorback. Double CC face here. Face. So Razorback played, minions sent forward. This sort of play is I don't really see the mistake per se. You might be thinking of a different game against Magmar. Okay. I'm still going with a trooper. You mean me, Stephen? Also, hello. Hello to everyone who's chiming in. How you all doing? I am still going. Razorback placement was replacement. Feels bad, man. I don't think there's anything really wrong with the Razorback placement. This Cosmic could walk down to and Dancing Blade it, so that's probably what's wrong. And then they can trade into the Ghost Links. Yeah, plays around Grovekeeper, yeah. Grovekeeper hasn't been too popular in the recent weeks of Team Wars, so a very good call to make. I suppose Cosmic is the person who has been using it still. Especially with some of the funny games that occurred in the previous weeks with Cosmic and all the provoke shenanigans. Alright, we do see Grovekeeper. It's a pretty good one. Gets a good chunk out of Smarty, so she's 1/5 dead. Healing Mystic, out of range of doing anything. Currently, Hailstone Prison, undesirable to play, so we could see the Chromatic Cold just to get rid of this Grovekeeper and Fenrir for the power development. That means young Silithar will hatch again. Vindicator's not really doing anything anymore though, so I don't think you're too concerned about young Silithar getting hatched. Alright, we're in maximum Commentator respect mode. This will give Cosmic a lot of room to work with. Speaking of Commentator, there he is on time, as he should be, in the hands of a good player. Might be a bit awkward of a turn for Cosmic. He doesn't really want to develop a Spirit Harvester. I guess could just play a Rejuvenator and take it as a very slow turn. Get your young Silithar back. You could play the Harvester. Harvester doesn't clear Mystic or the Wolf token though, so it's not even that good here. I don't think Lady Locke is getting played ever. Good Commentator face, which is not great, but it's better than Harvester in this instance. Or you could do this. You could kill the Fenrir. I would say that's pretty good for Smarty. We'll give her an opportunity to get back into the match. The Vindicator was even just donated to the Healing Mystic. So I don't know if that was a rope decision or if Cosmic wants to make that trade so that their Harvester is juicier on the next turn. It could be intentional for the Harvester follow-up. Could just see Dancing Blades on Smarty's side. Actually, going to punch. And just to rejuve Hailstone to delete the young Silithar. It's an interesting turn of events. This is pretty good. If Harvester does come down, which it likely will, forcing Cosmic to give away 4 HP. Granted, they have a Mystic. If Cosmic wants to get cute, could do a Flash Lady Locke play on this turn with Healing Mystic and Rejuvenator surrounding Smarty. But they're leaving their face open to 8 damage if they do that. Yeah, Harvester would be advantageous because the second Hailstone is in hand. So I'm probably baiting that out. If Cosmic has the insight to, he could flash Rejuvenator out or something. It's just so the Harvester won't die to another Hailstone. But nah, just doing the Mystic Harvester play, it makes sense. It's a pretty good play. You don't know if they have it or not. Alright, somebody has a chance to do some development. I think a 2-3-2. So a Rocky, Fenrir, and Hailstone Prison. You can clear the Mystic. You get some bodies on board. You can play around Menkentor to an extent. You can even do this in a way that only you and one other minion get hit. Good Dancing Blade with Hailstone. Dancing Blade would be slightly out of position. Yeah, we do see the 2-3-2. playing around Macintor somewhat. Now, what do you do as Cosmic? Hand's a little heavy. 8 mana though. Does have Flash Meta Harvester combo. It is on the table. Cosmic's massively ahead here. How can that be? You have board. Cosmic doesn't have board. Because they've got combo, they can play other stuff. Yes, they can just develop other things. They could do double rejuve and not care. Wait for Smarty to overcommit. Choosing to cash in on the Wombo combo right now. Not the best positioning on the Spirit Harvester though. Not paying respects to the good old Dancing Blaze. I think doing it now is actually crazy. I would have held back to... I say it all the time, I'm starting to feel like it's more just my play style. I actually, yeah, nice full house on Cosmic's side of things with the triple Lady Lock, double Rejuvenator. Excellent poker hand. But I tend to hold back and try to maximize my swing turns more. I play very differently to a lot of other players, I've noticed, after casting Team Wars now for 8 weeks. Magmar has the luxury of waiting to maximize their turns. This is looking pretty good for Smarty. Second Metamorph in hand. One of the Lady Locks gone. I imagine we just see Lady Lock Rejuvenator. Could also do double Juver. But, you know, why not Lady Lock Rejuve? Cosmic can choose to go below the Mystic. Might be somewhat scary. But it gets them out of range of the Dancing Blade. Now, Cosmic is a man, a warrior. And decides to push face damage. That could be... it's probably fine in this circumstance. So what do you do as Smarty in this scenario? It's not easy to reach the 5/5 Rejuvenator. You could just Crim Cold it. You could... you probably do Chrome Cold it. Only because at 9 mana, 3/4/2 makes a lot of sense. If you don't play Chrome Cold on this turn, then you're only playing 2 of your other cards. We do see a Lady Lock Razorback as the 2 choices. So basically doing unto Cosmic as was done unto Smarty. Cosmic's gonna need a Plasma Storm top deck to really get out of this cleanly, I think. Otherwise, they can deal with two things currently. Wow, they get the one of Plasma Storm though. It's Jover. Yeah, it looks over until you replace like a god, and then it's not so over anymore. The one of Plasma Storm feels Magmar Man. Or it feels Vanar Man, I should say. Oh yeah, the echoing scream of 4 magma dying simultaneously. It hurts so much knowing that the Growkeeper and Plasma blowouts are replaced into. Cosmic's just that good. Alright, it's not over yet, so we've re-established parity. It is 12-11. Cosmic's dropping the BM. Smarty has a Rhino play, unfortunately for Smarty, so Cosmic's got his other removal showing up. Both natural selects in hand, ready to delete whatever Smarty develops from this point on. And Cosmic drew his one of claws, which means he can fight Smarty and probably win with general trading. This would be horrifying if it wasn't for double Nat Select. Honestly, if not for double Nat Select or third Metamorphosis, this would be guaranteed kill on Cosmic. So I think a good play from Smarty to just do this. There would be nothing Magmar can do against a fucking 8-9. Rhino with Provoke. Yeah, with that out of the way though, do we heal or do we hit for 5? Cosmic choosing to get away from Infiltrate. Now that side of the board is looking unappetizing. And Cosmic went for the heal. Yeah, you gotta go left, right? You need to play around Macintor. Can't afford to be blown out 3 times in a row. Surely that would be too backbreaking. Could have opted to play the Hearth Sister bottom left and then the other Hearth Sister to displace the Rejuvenator also bottom left. But choosing not to do that. Just playing the one Hearth Sister, leaving things as they are, and Cosmic gets the one of Bounded, which will close the game out. Unfortunately, not displacing the Rejuvenator is going to kill Smarty here. Some very good replaces on the Cosmic's part with some emote game. So he does reveal he has the Bounded. And noticing I discolored the wrong Vanar icon again. Second time I've done that. It's okay. I've said I'm tired today, y'all. You're gonna have to forgive me. So we have... yeah, this makes sense. Humans sending in Abyssian to deal with the Magmar. Quite a spicy Abyssian list. Nangert was telling me just a little bit about this, or teasing it. So we have Black Soulless Abyssian with 1 Wraithling Swarm and 2 Horns of the Forsaken as all of the synergy to go with triple black Soulless. Some Sarlaccs, Vorpal Reavers. We do have, so this is like a big abyss list. So you do have the Darkfire Sacrifices. You don't see this kind of list too often anymore. Also, amazingly, all in on the Abyssian removal packaging, we've got triple Dark Transform, 2 Ritual Banishings as well. Usually you see one or the other, but we have both here. So I'm excited to see how this game plays out. This is one heck of an Abyssian list. You always leave it to Abyssians who have the unique changed up lists that you don't normally expect to see. You love 2 Sarlaccs, not 3, not 0, 2. 45 card decks. Yeah, I haven't been counting the card numbers. I haven't been paying attention to what deck sizes have been like overall. But that's just because the picture is so small on my perspective. I am looking at a studio mode on OBS, so I've got like 2 tiny screens that I use to cast. Nice opener from Cosmic. You'll love to see it. Nengert probably does like a 4-head opener or something with Sarlacc. Could also open with Jaxi if they want to save Sarlacc for later. I didn't see if there's a replace. I think not. So choosing to keep Vorpal Reaver and hope to draw into a Darkfire Sack probably. A little desynced. I think I fixed that in a little bit. So the match should sync up again. This is exactly why you only have Exodia-like cards, so you can win any battle. It's a good reason to run Exodia cards, or like cards, if you want to win, right? Okay, Cosmic chose to punch Sarlacc, try and get away from ramping into the mana tile, but Nengert's Sarlaccs are well trained. And it spawned next to the mana tile anyway. I'm surprised the Healing Mystic wasn't placed to deny the ramp. Nengert can get to 6 mana now if they really want to. Can't play Vorpal Reaver though, since they need to put something on the top tile. Yeah, turn 1 Sarlacc with only 2 copies in the 45 card deck. Duelyst consistency is a magical thing. I mean, after all, we just witnessed Cosmic's Magmar top deck not 1, not 2, but 3 one-ofs in key situations against you in the previous game. You know, now I'm thinking about it, Cosmic did not play any dampening waves, so I'm a little sad. I want to see the dampening wave value get utilized, but it got replaced and then never came back in hand. Oh, yeah, that was a good replace on Nengert's part. So actually able to get the Vorpal Reaver out. 45 card deck, living the Big Abyss dream against Magmar. That is crushing because they don't play answers for that card besides Eggmorph, but Magmar doesn't play Eggmorph currently. And there's no Dispel in this list. Cosmic's only answer is Metamorph, so that will stick around for a turn. He's gonna have to back off of the Celerity monster. Yeah. Good call on holding on the Vorpal Reaver there, Nangrit. Yeah, and Cosmic's turn, kind of awkward. They can play Greater Fortitude with a Vindicator or with a Lady Lock. I think Magmar has a slightly more difficult time dealing with ramp than other factions do. Alright, Cosmic could have walked out of range entirely. Decides to just move back one. I'm surprised a little bit that we didn't see... What is it? Could have cleared the Jaxi. I'm not sure what Nangert will want to do here. You can use your wonderful monster to just clear a couple of 2/3s. Get some value trades. You can dispel the Silithar. You could even just lure the Silithar and punch the egg. Oh, you don't even need to do that. Sarlacc's in range. You can just clear the Silithar. Nangert can clear the entire board if he desires. And develop another Sarlacc. How are you going to run a 45 card deck and draw both of your Sarlaccs within 3 turns? Imagine if you drew Solus here and trade in Vorpal. Yeah, I can imagine it. Would suck if it gets meted, but I can imagine it. So yeah, Nangert goes for the full board clear. Really smart movement on the Jaxi too, so you get the 1/1 range token in the back. Cosmic's in trouble. This is like 3 different problems happening here. He's got no solution to either of them. Metamorph is going to be appreciated, but not good on this turn because Shroud is in the way. And you don't want to heal the Vorpal, so I don't think it's worth to meta on this turn. You probably just Vindy Silithar and kill. I was gonna say kill the Shroud and the Jaxi, but it looks like Cosmic's gonna give 6 Wraithling tokens to Nangert. If Nangert played Deathfire Crescendo or Soul Grimoire, this could be a fatal mistake. I don't think he has either of those cards though. Good morning, Frosty Fern. Hope you had a nice sleep and a fine morning. Excuse me. I was gonna say, a bit of a slower turn for Nangert. They don't really need to play anything. I guess that's assassin value right there. Taking out a 1/2 Vindicator that already used its ability. Because what else are you gonna do? You can protect yourself from getting hit if you move the Wraithling up and play Sarlacc. And Nangert has no Shadow Dancer. Nangert has no synergy with the Wraithling tokens, so sending them in is, you may as well, I guess. sort of playing around Macintor with that setup on the bottom there. Being 2 spaces away from his general. If Cosmic is going to... Alright, so if I was Cosmic, I would strongly consider Macintor on the top right Wraithling. Get rid of the Assassin as well. And if you think that there's no Shadow Novas to contend with this deck, move down right, clear the bottom Wraithling, and just stall for time. Cosmic can do the combo Flash Metal Harvester to maybe come back in this game. Cosmic also does have a pretty decent amount of healing. There is an Earth Sphere. So you could play it slow. Only as soon as you use Sarlacc or Dark Sack, which will banish things in this deck. It wasn't even that important to draw both. Yeah. Okay, we see a Vindicator play. Going face with Phalanxar. I don't like that just because, you know, the potential for any Death Watch blowout is still present. Also, this Magmar deck doesn't have any, well, there's one Greater Fortitude, I guess. It doesn't really have out of hand burst, so you average 4 damage with Macintor. 6 with the Greater Fortitude. 6 with like a Vindicator, Hollow Grove Keeper. Your other means of bursting is to stay near the enemy general because you have to punch with that bounded life force that you have in hand. Not to mention the Phalanxar probably should have been 1 down. It's a little out of position now. Got the dampening wave. Could see some dampening wave value. Although not really. Can't. No, yeah, you could Macintor the 4/4, I guess. With dampening wave, and then you get to keep your Macintor on the field. I imagine Phalanxar is gonna chase Nanger. Yep. I mean, it was sent to do that, to hammer Nanger in the face, so he may as well keep doing his job. Are we gonna get to see some Solus action on the next turn? Solus, Horn of Forsaken in hand. Nanger could punch Phalanxar if they want to. Yeah, surely it'll be played soon. I would be shocked to see it replaced. You're discussing if you can just run around the Phalanxar in circles without being able to hit you. I mean, probably. Okay, well, it looks like you decided to just throw the Ghost Links in. Which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I must not have paid attention earlier. How did Phalanxar get down to 1 HP? It hit Nanger, right? What did 1 damage to it though? took 3 damage. Yeah, it took 3. I forget what the third source of damage was. Yo, look at this black soulless. Such a majestic sprite. Oh, Sarlacc. Sarlacc hit it. Right. That's what I forgot. Nice staircasing for Nangert. It's taking it kind of slow. See, Cosmic just has to hold on. You could send McIntyre face, just hit the Sarlacc, and then just stay the course. Because you have a blowout turn potential coming up. Oh man, Dark Transform. Oh yeah, Dark Transform is synergistic again. I didn't count it initially because I was still, I guess in the back of my mind I was thinking it gives your opponent the Wraithling, which doesn't matter. But yeah, it's synergistic again with Solus. Hot diggity. No! No, Cosmic! No, this is a fatal error! Oh, should have held for combo. You can always draw another copy of Metamorph, right? So this is okay. I just think you may as well hold on to the blowout. You can always play it later. It's not like Abyss is gonna fly something into your face, more than likely. There's no Wraithling Fury. Yeah, we'll see if that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake. If you wanted to do like this turn that just happened, you could have just played Spirit Harvester and then slow roll the board. And maybe meta on the following turn. Granted, we see Nangert has the answers for that, but I think I would have done that instead of the meta. Now, I don't know what Nangert does on this turn. Could Blood Tier the Vindy. We see Dark Transform going down on the Mercantor. Magma Wraithling trading in for a value trade. Yeah, I guess this is about what you do. Spread everything out. Maybe the correct play was to just pass. Yeah, I think just passing there could have been a good consideration too. Alright, now we probably see the Harvester drop. That is what we see. And this is pretty dangerous for Cosmic. A Revenant has entered hand, so we have 7 damage. Gonna be 2 off lethal, depending on that Sarlacc spawn. Could be 1 off lethal. Not the spawn you want to see as Nangert. Why'd you replace the Horn of the Forsaken, yo? I'm gonna be sad if that card doesn't get played at all during this series. Just like I'm going to be sad that Dampening Wave... Well, Dampening Wave did get played at least. It did make a value Mercantor trade. The exciting Dampening Wave usage. Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. Just go face Magmar doesn't have a way of dealing with that except meta normally. Or Nat Select, which is not usable in this circumstance, so. Cosmic can't frenzy into that. His only other solution is to play a second Harvester. But he doesn't draw it, so we can see that is going to be guaranteed death for Cosmic. He is, I think, guaranteed death. He doesn't have a way to get away from that. As far as I can think of, anyway. No, he can heal 4 and then trade the Harvester in. Or trade a Mechanitor in. Although he can't heal if he does that, so. I suppose we'll see Rejuve Hollow Grove Keeper. And then trade in. He still lives. Back to 3 HP. That dampening wave would have been pretty nice on the previous turn. Alright, Nangert can do some sick ramping with their Sarlacc, get in a more relevant position, can clear probably just the Hollow Grove Keeper. You don't really need the Ritual Banishing the other thing, you can walk away from that. Put Black Soulless near Cosmic. Can put Black Soulless right in Cosmic's face if you use Jaxi as a bridge. Choosing not to ramp, we could still see a discount Jaxi. No, just the Black Soulless. The Mechanitor replace. Makes a lot of sense. Not a bad meta this time around. Cosmic will go to 2 unless they also use that dampening wave. They also don't develop anything on this turn, so in a precarious position still. All Nangert needs is a Zerail or a Revenant to close out the game for the most part. I like that the Provoke on the Rejuvenator protects the young Silithar's egg. Oh, don't tell me that Nangert kind of stalls out here with a bunch of weenie monsters. Are we gonna see a slow pinging or Jaxi? That'd be pretty funny too. Keeping Blood Tier in hand. Just in case. Cosmic. What do you do? Could Mechanitor face and heal too. You could Bounded Life Force and get back to 10 HP. Punch the links and then heal up to 10 again with Mystic. Now you can heal to 12 HP if you want to. I would consider healing to 12 before just throwing out Bounded again. You could throw out the Bounded though. We do see a Bounded left for us. I always wondered why Bounded Life Force spell image is of a D10 being rolled, or a D20, or whatever it is. Dice looking thing. Alright, so when you do 10 more damage, Cosmic is on a 10-turn clock, somewhat. If Jaxie is face every turn. You can just clear this Mystic though, which is probably what happens. I would consider playing around Metamorph, hitting the Reaver and developing Reaver a little bit back. Right, Nanger doesn't want to hit the Mystic. That actually makes sense. Nanger doesn't want to risk getting hit for 10. It's kind of how you throw the game away. So I do get it. If Cosmic draws another Harvester here, that could swing the game in his favor. Dampening Wave, he can just punch the fucking Four-Pole Reaver. Since we didn't draw a clear for all the Wraithlings, I think meta will be played. Can also flash Macintor to deal with the thing in the corner. You could punch first with Dampening Wave and then Macintor the juiciest Wraithling location. It's also an option. You can even select the mini Jaxie. Nope, going for the meta with Flash Macintor. Yeah, this makes sense. You don't leave anything to chance doing this. I don't really understand why. No, I guess Cosmic's a little worried about Revenant Lure or something. Yeah, I do understand why. It's too risky to stay in range of Nangard's General. Like, you want to hit Nanger for 10, but you want to do it on your own terms. So it's going to be a bit tricky to approach Nanger. You can get a really... Oh, Nanger! Nanger! You could have... No, that wouldn't have worked. I was gonna say, you could have kept that Darkfire sack and had a pretty sick nether summoning. This turn might seem a bit weird. I wouldn't call it weird. I think it's reasonable. You get your third Vorpal Reaver developed. Cosmic has to punch this one in the face. Oh man. Rusty Crawler. You first want the guaranteed Nether Mercantor hitting face, and you changed your mind on Nether. You replaced an Vorpal after moving. Okay, I see. There was a decision swap. Well, you have no choice, Cosmic. You gotta give it to him. You can't let it hit you first. The Rust Crawler, Monka S. Yeah, Prismatic Rust Crawler. Not just any Rust Crawler, but Prismatic. I haven't been paying attention. Has Cosmic's cards all been Prismatic? No, they're not. The Magmar stuff isn't. The Rust Crawlers are Prismatic for some reason. Shiny green bugs. I guess worms aren't really bugs. Rust Crawler is kind of like a centipede thing, right? Yeah, Zerail bug. Cheats you out of Wraithlings. Right, Zerail currently, as of week 8, when this game was recorded, Zerail is bugged. It's fixed now. But does not bring back tokens, I think. I guess we'll find out, because I imagine Zerail's being played right now. You know, even though this bug is not in your favor, the tournament rules do state that you should avoid playing bugged cards, using them to your advantage. So if Zerail gets played here, I think the humans technically lose by default. I'm just kidding, by the way. Don't take that seriously, but it is in the rules about not using or abusing bugged cards. We can see Zerail does not revive tokens currently. You believe this carries the death penalty? Is to your disadvantage? I don't know, man. Maybe keeping the Wraithlings off board is advantageous in some circumstances. Nah, I'm only teasing. Other people have played Zerail, so you wouldn't be the only ones to get hit. I think Zerail did go down earlier this week. I think the bug is not reviving minions that died on your own turn. Well, hard to confirm that, considering the 2 things that revived were on the previous turn and everything else was a Wraithling. Alright, desperation play! Lady Locke, please save us from the... kind of a catch-22, yeah. Had to lock down Zerail, but the Vorpal Reaver can still hit you once, too. Unfortunately for Cosmic, this grueling battle comes to an end. I think Vanar and Magmar sometimes can get into weird games like that, but especially if the Abyssian list is not your average cup of tea. So, Anger coming out on top. Cosmic's deck going down. We have Vitruvian 14 coming in. Not sure why the 14. Probably just the 14th iteration of the deck or something. It is an Obelisk Vitruvian. And we don't see straight up Obelisk support too often in Team Wars. So this is a bit of a change of pace too. Couple Repulsor Beasts to synergize with new Entropic Decay, I imagine, as Syzygy is lacking from this list. Interesting. You know, I would ask that question to all of you, because again, I haven't been playing ladder, so I don't know, but is Entropic Decay sort of contesting with Syzygy for deck space? You know, even though there's like 55 cards in this deck space. I alerted the wrong game. That would have been spoilers, so good thing we didn't bring that up. There we go. Grinch back on Vitruvian this week. He was taking a bit of a break from Vet for the past 2 weeks, playing Lionar instead. Him and Lucrative had swapped, but perhaps they are swapped back once more. Wow! Even Sarlacc got replaced. Nangert skipping turn 1. Feels Abyssian, man. Grinch about to smack Nanger for 4 from the looks of it, because Tiger is highlighted. Could opt to slow roll a Saboteur, but I think Tiger for 4 is good, especially when your opponent skips their first turn. It's very good. If you can pretend you're playing Tuskbore as some other faction in Shanghai, you may as well live your fantasies out, right? And do that. Why is Black Solace winning games? And nobody saw that coming. Nightstar getting played, held back pretty far. Could have played that so it addressed the tile, but this plays around Bone Swarm, which I think if you get Tiger first wished on the first turn, you might suspect it's an aggro list. We see that it is an obelisk list though. Obelisk don't usually fit Bone Swarm into their game plan. I will say I'm a little surprised. We see it's an obelisk list, but there's no Time Maelstrom for powerful closer turns. Yeah, played around Bone Swarm. Makes sense, makes sense. I think a pretty good idea, all things considered. If Nangert wants to, he can throw a Spectral Revenant out right now and kill the obelisk or severely wound a Portal Guardian. Probably kill the obelisk. Could also just punch Portal Guardian and assassinate it. That doesn't feel as good. You made an oopsie? No, I like this turn if you pre-sack. Yeah, because then you can just play Revenant on the following turn. And draw 3 cards back to full. I'm not sure what the oopsie is, but should have walked top left. I mean, I guess that would slightly decrease your odds of getting hit by this dervish. It would remove 2 tiles from the equation. Grinch getting a pretty good Star's Fury. So there's a lot of damage on Nanger already. And Grinch gets to keep their obelisk up. Oh man, I can already see how this is going to turn out. So Nanger is going to Revenant here because that's just too tempting. And then Grinch is going to Revenant Nangert's face. Dispel his Revenant. And then probably kill Nanger on the next turn with like out of hand damage. It's almost writing itself. Very, Very good aggressive play from Grinch, and yeah. That Mirage Master makes this Revenant really not good to play right now. The whole team were like, what about Mirage Master? And you were like, there's no way they have room for Mirage Master. I see, I see. Well, Grinch is about to show you that's not the case. They've got more than enough room for Mirage Master. Even can squeeze on a Primus buff, so Nanger takes 7 here, plus general hit. That is disgusting. Damn, what a brutal game. Rejuvenated Lore is about the only thing you can do, right? Reasonably here. Black Solace gets the boots. Yeah, we can see Rasha's Fireblaze in hand, which is kind of funny. With First Wish too. If Grinch draws a second First Wish off of that, that will be lethal. It'll be the last Third Wish because there's one on turn 1. If Grinch replaces into Tiger, it'll be 1 mana off lethal. Now imagine here Nangert's in a very awkward position of, I kind of have to play around another Star's Fury, don't I? Choosing to play in the Star's Fury. And respect Bone Swarm more, I suppose. That's what this positioning is doing. Oh man, Repulsive Beast. Damn, I didn't see that coming. That was cool. The rev value. It turns out Mirage Master is pretty good against Ramp Abyss. So Grinch dominating performance there. That was a very short game. Might have been one of the shortest on Team Wars. Right, so coming up next, we have Songhai. I think a very good choice. Songhai's track record against Vitruvian is undeniably one-sided, proving that they tend to have the advantage. Almost a 70%, 70 to 30 is what the ratio is for these two factions. Don't cast me, bro. Coming out here, not sure what we're referencing with the name. It is a spell high list. We have 1 Blood Rage Mask, couple of Killing Edges. Otherwise, it is what we have come to know and love with our Songhai players. So we'll have to see who's in charge of Songhai this week. Oh, Nanger. Nanger's back for revenge. 2 obelisk damage matters in the game. Your main function for your team is gaslighting them into making the plays they regret. I mean, I think you had a fairly convincing reason, but it just didn't turn out to be a good call. That's all. And Nengert's saying he doesn't know what the name is about either. This is Humans deck. I'm just curious, what are you supposed to not cast? Or is it like saying don't cast me as in don't cast like we're doing right now? Don't stream the deck being used. Because you'll reveal all humans' secrets. That'd be pretty meta of humans to do. Nice double 2-drop opener. Grinch has a decent spawn, can utilize the Dervish to either take tile or hit Ghost Links, so gonna be happy with that. Zenrui in hand too. If I was Grinch, probably want to keep both tiles open because you may want to Zenrui on the next turn. Humans has weird straying jokes. Oh, double orb weaver denying top tile, lowering Kaido Assassin's attack power. So I have a question that I don't know the answer to. Because Kaido's attack is technically at 0, is it capable of initiating a backstab, or is it incapable of initiating a backstab? I don't know how that works. Yeah, I have no idea how that interaction works. Incapable. You think you need positive attack to attack? Yeah, I'm thinking it can't initiate the attack, even if it's in backstab to gain damage. So it might be gimped for the turn, even if it was. We see it's not getting repositioned, but you know, it could. Like Nanger could move it up and inner focus it to hit that Mechanist here and develop a 4-wins, but I don't know if it's going to actually work. Looks like he's not going to try it. Shame, no science conducted. I mean, it wouldn't have killed Mechanist, it would have only done 2 if it did work, but... Maybe if Furuka does his supposed stream that he said he was considering and then canceled, I can have Furuka test it for me. So I'm really curious. Grinch can answer this 4-wins, but it's going to cost him 2 removal cards and his entire turn in order to do so. Might be worth it. Could also just Zenrui the 2-3. Probably stronger to do that. You double Saboteur Kaido and then attack in a backstab position where you take 0 damage. The game does track the negatives, so I guess the first question we need to answer is, can it attack at all? And then we can check if it does no damage whatsoever, if it does too. Steven says he's gonna test it right now. Can't attack, but you can attack it. Oh, okay. So I guess then it comes down to, if you happen to attack it while in backstab for some reason, will you take 2 damage? If it's at -4. Anyway, Nangert has pretty good turn, I think. You can just Phoenix Fire Zenrui, clear the T3 Kaido, punch the Imperial Mechanist, develop Lantern Fox, and interfocus it to kill the 1-2, yeah, and get an extra Phoenix Fire. A really good turn for only 2 cards. Lantern Fox probably will miss out on a fire generation. Nanger could use this Juxta. Nanger could like juxta first and then move to hit this Mechanist if they wanted to keep their Fox alive, maybe? And out of range of the Dervish spawn. Deciding it's not worth it though. Question came up a few days ago. Does a unit with negative attack from Saboteur heal you? Yeah, I don't remember where that was, but I feel like I remember seeing it. Or maybe it was asked in one of the casts too. Someone mentioned that statement. Does negative attack minions mean you get healed instead of hurt? Oh, hey, that could be a neat new mechanic for Duelyst in the future. What if in the future, not the future. What if there are minions that can attack allies, and when they attack allies instead of enemies, they do a crazy benefit? Doesn't have to just be healing them, but could be proccing some sort of status or buff or thing. There you go. Free ideas, Dream Sloth. Free ideas. Grinch, great response turn overall. I mean, they give up one Phoenix Fire, but kind of a necessary evil. More Orb Weavers coming in. You know, for being a Dervish deck, just the way they played the last game and the way their hand's developing for this game, they really do feel like an aggro deck on the Grinch's part. Nanger could do 9 damage, 10, 11. Could do 11 face damage, bring Grinch to 7 if they really want to. You could also just do 1 Phoenix Fire with a 4 Winds, which is what we're seeing. For 4 damage. I think... I don't know. Why did Black Soulless lose? Well, it got replaced in the last game and was never played, so... Instead, a Revenant was played on 4/5 mana, so on turn 3, and then Grinch copied the crap out of it and proceeded to spank Nanger with his own Revenant. Because it didn't get played. Yeah. Should have played Soulless. It would have totally changed the fate of that game. A nice turn from Grinch. Yeah, I was just thinking you have to kind of consider Entropic Decay might blow out your 4 Winds here. Nanger can kill this Obelisk. 2 Phoenix Fires. Play Ghost Links, play Heartseeker, call it a day. Call it a turn. Here comes some absolute forehead turns. You gonna smork instead? If you smork now, I question why you didn't on the previous turn. The Human Squad is considering their options. We do see Ghost Links. And we see Heartseeker, so probably a Inner Focus getting used. You're going face. I mean, both minions die on board. Grinch is down to 6. On the flip side, Grinch can hit you back for 8, 10 on board. Only needs to find 8 damage. Has 7 mana. 3, 4, 5, 6. Missing 2 damage due to the dervish spawn. Could fish for it. Doesn't have enough mana to do it though, sadly. I don't think he can get 8 damage. I think you're saying shouldn't have played Seeker. I imagine you could have held it and then interfocused it on the following turn. The Grinch has to play this turn safe. Still able to push a lot of damage. Clear board, full surround on Mangert as well. Nang could replace no spiral techniques. We've used all our Phoenix Fires except one, I think. The other ones were from the Fox. Could have looked for Blood Rage Mask first and then did this, but chose not to. Replacing the Chakri avatar there, that's the end of that. So double inner focus, Chakri can reactivate twice, hit for 3, and then hit for however much he ends up at afterwards. Probably doing about 15 damage by himself. Gotta love Chakri Closer. This damn card. This damn Chakri avatar guy. Alright, well played, you know. You had the Heaven's Eclipse, you got the replace you needed, so doing that Songhai thing. Vitruvian continuing to be taken out. That was a very convincing game though. I think Grinch played really well. Just got bursted down by Songhai's card prowess at the end. And this is Team Wars, so when your Songhai, when the enemy Songhai kills you, you send in your Holy Paladin army to kill them back, because that's just the way the Circle of Life works in Duelyst. It's Heliodor, this one featuring a singleton copy of Zurael, but is otherwise your average Heliodor style list. I think that's 2 rejuves, so 1 rejuve cut for Zurael. I will get the game loaded in. What game are we on here? This is D3, 4, 5. This is game 6. Yes, game 6. Okay, there we go. Kolos! The Wagon Dragon making his appearance known in Team Wars. Late joiner on the Senile Streamer's side. Lionar is so great, why isn't there a Lionar 2? Well, I mean, you guys have the ability to make that a reality, right? How? I don't know if you would put in the effort, but how funny would it be if, like, come April Fools or something, if you guys ever tease a 7th faction in the future, but you just, like, copy-paste a faction that already exists and you just turn everything into, like, negative form. So here's Nega Lionar. That'd be funny. Ah, the deck name. Why not? Why Lionar 2? I have no idea why Lionar 2. Only Kolos knows. Perhaps it was his second choice for Team Wars. Perhaps it's someone else's deck. Actually, I'm noticing lucrative not playing a Lionar. So probably absent for the week. Kolos, usually the Abyssian guy. Anyway, turns went by. I was a little distracted. We have standard developments. Nangert chose to play a little on the slow side. Considering the hand that I see probably was the best play they had, was just to see if 4 wins sticks or not. Now we have a ramped out Ironcliff Guardian. 2 Saber Spine Seals in hand, or 1 plus a Phoenix Fire is enough to clear. Depending on this Healing Mystic positioning, I imagine Kolos wants to threaten the ramp. Choosing to send it forward would be smart. Because if Ironcliff gets cleared, the general can block Kolos from trading into the 4 wins. Let's make a faction out of all the pre-nerfed cards that were nerfed in the past year. Throwback faction, that would be funny. So if Nangert wants to, they could... Don't know if Jux really helps them here. They could, like... I don't think you play Heaven's Eclipse. You gotta kill this thing, right? Phoenix Fire was replaced. No, Heavens is being played. That means Nangert has to get a Mana Vortex or will be unable to kill this Ironcliff Guardian. We do not get a Mana Vortex, so Ironcliff is going to live now. Choosing to preserve the 4 wins as a backup. 1 mana Blood Rage Mask, not so hot in that faction. Yeah, what silly synergies? No, it might be really hot because they would also have old Void Pulse, right? That would be stupid. 3 damage, face, and 3 healing? That faction's sounding busted already. Alright, what does Kolos want to do on this turn? I mean, for starters, you probably bop Nangert, yeah. There's no reason not to. Could just Primus to do a lot of damage with Silverguard, yeah. This is exactly what we're seeing. Choosing not to hit so that Phoenix Fire alone isn't enough to allow Nangert to walk away. Which is pretty smart. Wait, how much HP does Ironcliff have? Yeah, this is at 5. Okay. We're thinking. With the inner focus, you can get away from the provoke. You can also kill the Silverguard with this Heartseeker. And then your 4 wins can also get away from provoke. Or you could do this. This works too. I think a very, very reasonable clear on Anger's part, choosing to keep the 5-3 alive. So 4 wins will finally be dealt with. Colors can, though, kill the whole board with a really nice Tempest Blood Tier. Probably what we see. And you can also secure top monotile. Old Vindy with Archon, Boar, Tree, Night Sorrow, Sundrop, BRM, Void Pulse, Jax, Devon, Cyclone Mask, since it was nerfed once, Spectral Blade, Twin Fang with Cyclone Prophet, Tracer, Fort, Elu, and Fenrir. It also gets Lady Lock. Lady Lock that benefits tokens. Needs a bit more early game. If I'm not mistaken, Prophet of the White Palm was changed at some point, right? So it gets the older version of that. It gets old Phalanxar, technically early game. Just the 7-2. Now you want that faction. It would be silly to have a faction that's just a compilation of all the old cards. You can add a mustache sprite that you turn into an overlay. So it's just the same mustache you put on top of every sprite. And change their names to be definitely not whatever their name is. Easy. Kolos opted to go for a full surround, which really worked out. Nanger decided to draw cards with Heaven's Eclipse and cast a Phoenix Fire. The Heaven's Eclipse draws were not very strong. Nanger is down, I think, 2 Phoenix Fires, 2 Saber Spine Seals as well, and a Killing Edge. So a lot of the burst potential is out of the way. And Kolos is healing for 8. Is title not updated? Ah, yeah, right. I never update the title. I never think about it. I can do that. We are on the second set here. Thank you, Zade. How you doing? Or ZX? I don't know if you want that X sound or if it's silent. Oh, Nanger needs to consider clearing stuff. I mean, you can kill both Rejuves. Or you could leave everything else alive and smork. This might be a mistake. gonna have a hard time winning if you don't push your damage agenda, but we'll see. Nah, I think it's gonna end poorly because Kolos has a wonderful Syndra usage here. Yeah, he does go to 9, which is horrifying, but most of Nangert's burst is gone. He would have to have a pretty godlike hand of double Tuskbore or something to actually do 9 damage. Does that kill? 8, 10, 12, 14. Well, you could replace into lethal. That works too. Not too sure either. Just the name of some edgy lightsaber mecha from some GBA game you got stuck on and be using for so long. Oh, so that's the history of your name. A Game Boy Advance mech game. I wonder what you were playing, because I do enjoy me a good Game Boy Advance game. So it sounds cool. Kolos taken out. Wrong name. No, right name. Kolos taken out Nangert Songhai. Had that correct. We have a Vitruvian coming in. Actually, a Mechazor Vitruvian list. Will we see Mechazor used today? So this is what I would expect Mechazor to evolve into. Basically, the same Mechazor list we see in most places, but Entropic Decay is now utilized in the list as well. Which makes a lot of sense. You can kill your opponent's stuff, you can kill your own mechs, and summon mech faster. Abracadani playing the Vitruvian this week. What? Abracadani not on lizards? Maybe still on lizards. Can play twice. RTS game on GBA Pog? Oh, Mech Platoon. I think I've heard of that one before. I don't think I've ever played it. I'll look it up real quick. Yeah, I do remember seeing this in like Nintendo Power and stuff. I think I always wanted to play Mech Platoon, but I never got a chance to buy it. Maybe one of these days I will emulate it or something. Anyway, we've got Mechazords being played. Very strong opener for Abracadani. Kolos undeterred, just gonna swing. Backline Primus. Abra had gone full Doomer on Magmar this week. Dragall was your lizard this week. Whoa. Full Doomer. Or does Abracadani think lizards have been nerfed too much or something? They're no good anymore? Magmar is still kind of in the 50 percentile range on most things. They're hanging in there. They just really suck against Songhai. So hopefully in the future they gain some cards that help against the Songhai matchup. Goes through phases of thinking Magmar is unplayably weak, part of his life cycle. When you love a faction as much as some players do, yeah, I get it. I mean, Decoy thinks Abyssian is nerfed pretty hard. But Abyssian still has one of the highest win rates in Team Wars anyway, despite all the nerfs. And like I mentioned before, Abyss is the most swept with faction. You can add a tally on, as we just saw them sweep again, essentially, but they've done it like 6-7 times now. I think the other faction that's swept is Lionor once or twice and Songhai once. Yeah, thanks, son. Oh yes, he even did with Vanar. Vanar does have one sweep under the very, very impressive track record of... Let me take a look here at faction stats. Under 50%. Yeah. But hey, they're doing better than Vitruvian, so that is a positive. I don't think Vitruvian has had any sweeps. I don't think Vitruvian has won more than like 2 or 3 games in a row. Colors wiping out some mechs, doing a good job. Kind of playing around Entropic Decay, funnily enough, so pretty good positioning to... Abracadani doesn't have a great turn. I would think maybe you just hit this blood tier and you develop your 4 and 2 mana minions. Because you don't really want to sand trap these T3s, you want to sand trap something juicier. But if you don't want to waste your healing, I suppose you can sand trap to cycle. Drag all goddamn close, won 4 of you in the last week. Spoilers. Yeah, I've only recorded 1 set for week 9. I haven't seen any of those games yet, other than the 1 set. He said it's draggling and drag all over us. Nice. My favorite situation coming in. Somebody had mentioned Entropic. It was Mazer. He's like, Entropic Decay is a card designed to deal with cards like Ironcliff, but it can't actually deal with Ironcliff because of positioning. Which means it's useless. He said something along those lines. Or it's still bad, he said. I do think it's kind of funny that Entropic Decay is unable to answer the most commonly utilized large-bodied threat that you would think all removal would be, you know, attempting to target. At the same time, I kind of respect Entropic Decay's design because it can be played around, which makes it infinitely more interesting than most of the other removal options that are global. You convinced by now New Entropic is better but not good? I think it's alright. It's definitely good in situations. You can kill Mechazor with it, so that's pretty rad. Yeah, positional base removal is pretty cool. It's almost like making use of the board is fun and interesting. More mechs being dropped. Abracadani, kind of a slow turn here. They're at full health, so they don't really mind too much. I'm surprised Mystic was deployed instead of... I guess Mana Forger you want to save for later. Could have backlined the Mana Forger though. And this plays around Holy MO more. You can play Songhai. If Songhai becomes more positionally based, I would appreciate them more. They're not really to my own play style, so I use Songhai the least. Although I do play everything. Tend to be a generalist. Songhai is not positionally based. Positionally cringe. Too cost efficient. I don't know. People say like Magmar needs a rework. I do agree. I wouldn't mind seeing Magmar completely re-identified in Duelyst, but I also think Songhai is likely teetering on needs a rework. It's really hard to give them anything else damage-wise, so they don't become absurd. But it's also really hard to give them anything else, period, because their damage is so good that everything else is unappealing. Yeah, I share the same sentiment with that, Nangert. The concept of Songhai I like is minion-based value generation. So Songhai has like Widowmaker, it draws you your card when it attacks. You have Lantern Fox, it generates a Phoenix Fire when it gets hit. You have I need to look at their shit now because I can't remember stuff off the top of my head, but they have other minions that like generate value as they do stuff. And I feel like that's where their identity could go, which would be interesting. It would be like drawing power from the nature around you and your creatures around you, rather than burst. Undeniable. Global burst. Anyway, we've got a couple of Iron Cliffs here, keeping Abracadabra down. We do see the Mana Forger get played into the corner. I believe this is the 4th mech that's been deployed. 2 of them have died, so we're at 40%, looking to go on 80% mech. Kolos can do a Syndra play, but you don't care about most of these minions. Kolos could just develop another Iron Cliff for shits and giggles. Clear a couple things. Could even just give face and not clear anything. As long as he doesn't play into the middle row, he's pretty much immortal. His minions cannot be easily dealt with by this board of Abracadabras. Abra DC's his turn, you think, or at some point. Oh, I didn't realize. There was yet another DC fiasco, huh? You're gonna have to make sure your team is primed over the, I can't say a whole lot more, never mind, but you know what. Make sure you're ready to go later. Wouldn't want mishaps. I wonder why Kolos bothered to put the Iron Cliff all the way over there. You could just put it next to your other Iron Cliff. Like, what is Zapper gonna do about it? But decides to provoke the Mana Forger and shit. We're digging. Alright, so hear me out, right? You can use your minion to clear the Windblade as Abra. You can play your other Mechazor, and then you can cast Entropic Decay to get Mechazor in hand. Because you'll be at 100%, I think, if I did my math correct. So we can get Mechazor if we want to. Could also, if you're worried about dying, play and copy the healthy Iron Cliff to lock down the other Iron Cliffs, but I don't think that's a winning play. I would probably develop Mechazor here. Kolos has dropped all 3 Iron Cliffs. He has no answer to Mechazor whatsoever. I guess that was the disconnect though. Abracadabra passed their turn after first wishing twice, and that is going to be fatal. Pretty unfortunate. Negate's saying, or we could do your play, Kappa, which was just skip the turn, yeah. I suppose skipping is a legit strategy for losing the game, if that was the goal. Kolos capitalizing on it. Disconnects do favor the non-disconnecting side. There is no mercy. So make sure your internet connection is solid and stable. That's all I can say about that. Vitruvian goes down. We have the Lionar mirror match coming up next. So Lionar 2 versus Lionar 5. Apparently the Lionar decks are getting ranked in some fashion. I don't know if 2 is superior to 5 or vice versa. Both are healing Lionar decks. Lionar 5 has Light Chasers and the Dispel stuff going on. No Zuriel and 1 less Sinja. Or am I seeing that wrong? Is it the same Sinja? No, it's 1 less Sinja. 5 is a bigger number than 2, so 5 will win. That's very reasonable. Very likely to happen. Let's find out for sure though. 2 Titans of Duelyst, Mezel G and Kolos throwing down in Team Wars. Now entering the second stage of your tried and true Team Wars strategy. First stage is doing whatever we want for a bit. Second stage is sending Mez in. Is that the strategy? I remember way earlier, Abracadabra was saying something about seeing if he can win without ever having to actually play because you guys are doing really well. And you haven't had to throw your Magmar in yet. Alright, a good opener on Mezelji's side, followed by good opener on Kolos's side. Might be in for a long game. Neither of them are fatigue. So, it really depends on how things turn out ultimately, but we'll have to wait and see. Pretty good clear from Mezelji, getting double healing Mystic. Yeah, they can hit first and then revitalize their unit. So really nice turn. Kolos on the back foot as player 1's dominance showcases itself, especially in the hands of Lionar. I think is one of the factions that is stronger when going first on average. Granted, I've mentioned before, player 2 is doing really well in Team Wars. Player 2 has more wins than player 1. I think. I have to finish adding up numbers, but they're close to 50-50. This was a colossal throw if they didn't have Tempest in their opener. Colossal throw if they didn't have Tempest? Oh, you mean the SGK on tile. That's why you hate SGK on tile. That's a throw. Okay, I see what's being said. Yeah, I didn't mention it. Kolos did opt to do forward Silverguard Knight there instead of defensive, and he was thoroughly punished for doing that. Now Kolos is going to have to pray that there is no martyrdom so that they can get something to stick right now. So I feel like martyrdom, and then you could sun drop your guy after he hits. Or you could sun drop in advance and then hit if you want to do as much damage as possible. It would be pretty crippling. Luckily for Kolos, Mezelji cannot answer the Sun Riser, so anything Mezelji decides to do here, they're gonna need to possibly respect the Sun Riser's clear potential. I feel like I would maybe throw in the Light Chaser. You can hit for 7, and yeah, it'll die to Sun Riser, but that's a pretty big swing. Keep everything else back. Maybe. You could also play it slow though. Alright, this is an idea. Just drop Iron Cliff and trust in Iron Cliff to make it not a devastating Sunriser turn. Kolos is going to need to find their own martyr, or they're going to be in a really bad spot. No healing in hand to proc Sunriser either. Tempest. Well, Tempest will at least get rid of the Light Chaser, but it's not ideal. I can see Tempest being played there. Tempest with the Silver Guard number 2. Kolos has to be a little bit concerned about a holy MO blowout right now. That's why Tempest doesn't feel worth it. You also have to consider ordering. If you're playing Silver Guard, I imagine Blood Tier. Yeah, Blood Tier works just as well. You don't have to Tempest. And so begins the Provoke Wars. As the Lion Art factions stare each other down and refuse to move an inch. Mez could early equip Regalia here. I don't think they'll want to. Due to this provoke, you could get a really good Lightbender off. You just move your Iron Cliff down one and then Lightbender. Might be worth considering. I suppose you can move it away if your priority is to keep the Sunriser provoked. Yeah, you could move it down and then hit the Blood Tier with your Iron Cliff. This way you kill the Silver Guard. Or not. I'm a little bit confused by the exact ordering. If you're going to hit with both anyway, why not put 3 damage into the general rather than 2? But alright, that's what Mezelji wanted. Could have been a rope turn there. I mean, doing this, it clogs up a 2-drop MO. Kind of. Not really. I guess you would just do it and hit both Mystics with it. So we'll have to see if Kolos decides to do that. It does replace in the Holy Immolation. So there's an option on the table. If your priority is dealing with the Iron Cliff, you can kill the Iron Cliff too. Yeah. This will kill the Iron Cliff and keep your Sunriser at full. Oh. Going for Tempest instead and using their General's Face. Yeah, that was a full clear. I like this. Good ordering. Get a Healing Mystic out of it too. So Mesolgi probably equipped Arclight Regalia. One thing that has been true of Team Wars, the Lionar decks do not tech against Lionar, so none of them use Rustcrawler. Makes Arclight very hard to deal with. Mesolgi could also just throw down another Iron Cliff Guardian if they want. I doubt you do 4 and 2, but you could do Sunriser with Windblade if you want to as well. I feel like Windblade with Arclight's the most likely choice though. Kolos is going to have a hard time answering no matter what Mesolgi's turn is here. They are at 8 mana, so they can do 4-drop with MO. I suppose with that in mind, he oh no, they're at 7, right? Not 8. If they were at 8 mana, they would be okay. Could deal with everything, but because they're at 7, they are not okay. Kolos is in trouble. Can only play 1 card from their hand. What is the card that does the most? Considering the situation, I might use the Holy Immo and then keep the Mystic around. Just, well, you could clear Arclight Regalia if you trade everything in. So it might be worth it to just trade everything in. You're gonna be really low on health, though. Kolos going for a Sinja play. And protecting his face with the minion positioning. This does get wrecked by Martyrdom. You do heal for 7. You kinda only heal for 3 since you're getting back to 4 that Windblade took. Sinja has the best chance. If they don't have Martyr to answer Sinja, then yes, I think this play is better than the other one I suggested. If this Sinja can stick, that is a big deal. If Mesolgi had... Nah, I don't think they can do anything too fancy here. Nine HP, just enough to keep Kolos alive for most plays. I think Tiger Emote would have killed Kolos because Arclight is equipped. Just going for the safe clear. Light Chaser gets a little bit of a buff. Kolos staring down potential lethal on the following turn, depending on Mezelgee's hand. Mezelgee's hand's actually pretty stacked. You have a full Regalia established. Your opponent has you locked down. The pants are on. You have no way of dealing with anything on board except you can holy emote, yeah, the bottom guy to clear it. So still 7 damage threatening you. I guess with the provoke, only 3 damage threatening you. And back to the Provoker Wars. Oh, what do you do is Mezelgee here. You can get 1 proc of Sunriser off. Just play 2 4-drops and then punch the silver guards. Not bad, honestly. You could also do like 4-3-1. Or you could do Iron Cliff and second silver guard. Seems a little indecisive at the moment. It's just like, maybe this here, maybe this here, it's maybe that there. Okay, we are doing all the provoke. So the plan is to just slowly beat Kolos' ass in the submission. Kolos having to play catch up since they are down 2 provoker minions. Not looking good in the hand. I don't think anything is on Zerail's stack. Nothing worthwhile, right? You probably die if you play Zerail. Because, well, I don't know. 6 damage can hit you. If there are Holy Immas, though, you're in trouble. We do see 2 Holy Immas. So Mezelgee has a spiral technique. They have 6 and 8, 14 damage. So Kolos is going to die if they don't heal or lock down one of the top Silver Guard Knights. Oh, I wonder if this is going to make a big difference. There's to heal the Silver Guard. But Kolos is able to take 1 out. Unfortunately, yeah, the same results stand. If the 2 Silver Guards can't hit you, the Iron Cliff can replace the 1 Silver Guard. And open up Archeon. Alright, well played by both sides. Going first in the mirror match, essentially, I think Mezelgee was advantaged, so Lion R5 is the bigger number 2. Clearly stronger than Lion R2. And takes the win. Who do we have coming up next? Excuse me. We have Vanar. So, from Lion R2 to Vanar 69. is Jack's True Sight deck. So far, Jack's still seeing some moderate usage, despite his nerf in the Vanar lists, especially. Fairly mid-range deck, some tech options here and there, but we've seen this style of Vanar list before. Now, with that in mind, this is probably one of the more widely used Vanar options, and the Team War stats say Lionar trumps Vanar in Team Wars, so we're gonna have to see if that remains to be the case here. So Lionar does have a... They're a little more equal now? No, they are not. Lionar is 15 wins to 7 losses against Vanar. So nearly 2 times as many victories as defeats. No, it is 2 times as many victories as defeats. Another solid opener on Mezelgee's side. Duelyst back for revenge as they are playing Vanar as well. May want to consider a turtle opener. I didn't see if they replaced yet. So, not sure if they want to keep the Hailstone or look for Fenrir or something else. Looks like they're just rolling with Mystic. And defensive turtle opener. And now, Mezelgee. You can tempo out a 2-3 or you could play it slow. You could do like a 2-3 where... Yeah, you probably lock down the Healing Mystic, right? You could also just Silver Guard it. You don't have to Healing Mystic. This is how I would play it. Not to greed over tiles, but I would like to save the Healing Mystic until it actually gets some value with its ability rather than temporing it out. Guys can do a hand dump here if they want to. Lady Lock on tile with Chrome Cold. You know what? Kolos cannot get profit out too. Can't reach both mana tiles with this positioning. So, Chrome Cold. Okay, now they can. I don't know if it's worth it to do this. Kolos opted to hold on to Hailstone Prison again. Probably to deal with a future Iron Cliff or something. I feel like it might have been worthwhile to look for Fenrir or something. And there's 2 turns no replace on Kolos' side. Some of us were thinking of playing Tempest here. Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Profit of the White Palm's effect, completely nullifying Tempest's effect, so definitely a consideration to think about. Would do absolutely nothing to the board in this state. You could Shroud something first, and then Tempest will hit it for 2 damage. That's a big deal. I would probably just Regalia up and I don't know. Are you gonna dispel that after you hit it? That makes sense. Clever dispel usage. That's pretty witty. And if you dispel it in advance, you know what? I don't know. I might take back that sentiment. You should have just dispelled in advance if you're going to punch with Light Chaser. Because you would have had the exact same results, but took one less damage. I guess it doesn't matter because Healing Mystic was thrown in. It was a fun turn to see, though. Duelyst the Dragon's passive ability. Constantly draw dog shit and leads to inferior players. Wow, shots fired from Decoy. Duelyst's draws usually pretty bad. I thought his passive is that he can't overcome Ghost or Driver in Flash Archon tournaments. Pretty decent turn for Kolos. You know, nothing major developed, just a favorable trade. Back to full health with Rejuvenator sitting pretty. Might see Regalia come down for a full board clear. We do indeed. Playing around Dancing Blades too. Very wise choice. Kolos is a fan of the D blades. I think they use it more often than they don't. Maybe he's just a bad deck builder. There are a lot of one-ofs in this deck, so... Alright, Kolos for the second time has to deal with Regalia, a card not easily dealt with without having a board in advance as Vanar, a faction that's exceptionally vulnerable to it. While being behind on board by 2 minions and having a hand of all early game, if Kolos could slam Jax on this turn, might be okay if he dodges Tempest, but since that's not the case and Jax is 7 mana anyway, he's looking kind of screwed here. You're gonna have to really heavily backline your stuff in order to get something going. Maybe considering using that Hailstone? I don't know if leaving a Rocky out in the lurch is really worth it. You also punch the Windblade in the depths, so what are you hoping Mezelgy does in response to that? Trade the Windblade into a Rocky? It's more favorable for him to do that. Mezelgy, if he wants to, could ignore it and just go smash face a whole bunch. You could also make this trade because it is a good one to make, and then go smash face a whole bunch. You could develop Sunrise or Healing Mystic, which just makes a whole lot of sense. And then smash face a little bit. The only way Kolos gets back in this game is if his minions don't get deleted, so I think Sunrise or Healing Mystic, just kill the enemy Healing Mystic and bring yours back to full is... And you get a full surround too. Yeah, there's no reason to do anything else. This is pretty over. Unfortunately for Kolos. Wasn't able to get anything going. I don't think... Like, maybe if you dodge Martyrdom, which Mezelji just drew, then the Ancient Grove can save you here. Choosing not to replace again. Going for a Lady Locke play, I imagine, with Dream Gazer. So it makes sense on this turn, but this is like the 4th time this game Kolos has opted to not replace first. To be fair, Kolos had some pretty hard decisions to make. Going for the double lock rather than buffing the group. Probably smart because you get blown out by MO play if you buff the group. So I do like this development. Kolos is gonna get blown out regardless, unfortunately. At least he'll heal for no HP, as Sunriser will take it back away. Okay, could be a Jax opportunity coming up if Mezelji doesn't get Tempest. You know, Kolos won't be dead. He won't be... I don't know if he can really avoid the Provoker. Yeah, Mezelji deciding not to leave anything to chance, so doing a full clear it looked like. At the cost of another charge. The Kolos probably needs to concede, but we are in tournament play. Gotta play it out. 7-man Jax gets replaced. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think that was your only shot coming back into the game, and you had to play Jax. But now you're really screwed. That's the second time Sunrise has been bounced back to hand, doesn't even get destroyed. Oh, I can feel for Kolos here. This is just a disgusting game. He's about to get perfected by a Lionar. You know, since they're at 25 HP and Kolos can't really do shit about it. Yeah, I would hit the Mystic, play both minions. You kind of have to. If you play both minions diagonal, you're going to be vulnerable to getting Iron Cliffed. If you somehow survive a Holy MO and a General Punch, which Kolos will not survive that. That is a perfect victory right there. No minions on board, 25 HP, flawless defeat. So well played by Mezelji. Only Abyssian remains for the Senile streamers. Abyss has a decent matchup against Lionar and Magmar, so they do have the potential to close this out in their favor. We have a lock creep. Oh, an interesting, unique... Is it unique? You don't usually see Lady Locke grace the creep decks typically. So a bit of a change of pace. We have Lady Locke inside of our creep deck. Otherwise, it's about your standard creep deck. There is, what do you call it? The card drawing card whose name is currently escaping me at the moment as well. Rite of the Undervault. I don't know if Rite of the Undervault is going to be super necessary with this kind of deck besides the Lady Locke turns. They don't look like they throw their hand out too hard, but maybe. Got the wrong game loaded in. That is the correct game loaded in. So Grincher's coming in. Yeah, I had to take a second to really dig into my memory there. Don't see Rite of the Undervault used too often in Team Wars. So Lady Locke Creep, not sure how that's gonna do. I mean, I would imagine it does just as well as regular Creep, but that even has stronger stalling capabilities than regular Creep, so it sounds good on paper. Gold versus S #1. What is this matchmaking? What about left of the Undervault? You hear this, Burger King? Okay, I see what you're doing there. Yeah, what is to the right of the Undervault? Nice Ghost Links opener on Grinch's part, embracing that Ghost Links in their Lady Locke deck. I'm somewhat surprised. Again, I don't think the deck is likely to burn out of cards because you can't play more than 2 per turn until 6 mana. But lots of card draw in this variation of Abyss. Turtle opener from Mezelgy instead of like the Bladum opener or reverse forehead in this case. Since Grincher, excuse me, losing my voice. Grincher is one of the few players who does what I do and opens on the top instead of the bottom. Most of you Duelyst gamers seem to like to open on the bottom right tile as player 1. Can't imagine why that's the case. Top is toptimal. Exactly. No, I'll admit top is suboptimal. Bottom is optimal. Requires less mouse movement, so this is the lazier option. Dragging the card out from your hand to the bottom tile is faster. Grinch deciding to take it slow. Actually, yeah. They could have ramped something out if they really wanted to, but just gonna wait and see how Mezelgy develops. If I was Mezelgy with this kind of a hand, you just walk in and do a 2-3 and feel pretty good about that. Can even play around grass while you're doing it, which is the best part. In your opinion, top is optimal. Might require more mouse movement from your opponent on their turn, and if they're already roping, this could come in clutch. Now you think about it, opening top usually makes your opponent open bottom, which forces the game to the bottom side of the map for the rest of the game. It's just about being in a dominating position. Mezelgy emoting Grinch has the, what do you call it? Do-it-yourself phalanx, whatever the Lionar spell was that summoned 3 silver guards. I don't think there is a difference in the size of the tiles. I think that's an illusion created by the way the board seems tilted. It's actually a flat image. Pretty sure it's a flat image. It's just an optical illusion with the background. I'm talking about the gray squares, of course. Alright, Grinch gets a pretty good clear. 2 silver guards down. Playing 3 cards out of hand. Not too shabby. No, could have been much worse off. Mezelgy has sort of a passive turn. You really only want to develop Windblade Adept, hit the Blood Tier, and then, what, lock Grinch in with your Provoker. Which I don't think is a terrible turn by any stretch, just a little on the slow side. Oh, hitting and using Holy Immo instead. How spicy. 7 damage is about 1/3 of your opponent's HP almost, so can be worth. The left and right edges are clearly slanted, aren't they? I do think they are. What do you say? No, I am not sure. I would need to like see it in Photoshop what the file actually looks like. They might be slanted. They might be slanted. And sort of in like a curve, a very subtle curve inward, right? As you go from bottom to top, it looks like it's inward more on the top than it is on the bottom. But I'm not 100% sure if that is just a trick of the eye or not. If it is true, then the top tiles, they might be slightly smaller than the bottom. Excuse me. The squares aren't PNGs, they're drawn using math. Oh. Mathematical squares. Only on Team Wars do you learn exciting duelist facts like that. Thank you for the clarification, Seabun. The board is flat, you fools. Cease espousing this round board ideology immediately. Nicolaren's getting a little agitated at this heresy being spoken about. Anyway, back to game casting. Amazing! Clear for Mezelgy. Sunriser gets developed. Grinch on the back foot yet again. Why wouldn't the board be flat if the earth is flat? Every time I hear people say the Earth is flat, I just imagine they believe we're playing wizardry. Because if you know how the wizardry story works, they're on a flat spaceship in space. I'm not sure what Grincher wants to do here. Dancing Blade and retreat into the corner. Probably about the best thing you can do with this hand. He also could have blood tiered Night Sorrowed and ignored the Silver Guard. Just deal with the Sunriser instead. Mezzalji can Martyr. Hit face with Sunriser, heal it back up with Mystic, develop Windblade Adept or Light Chaser. Yeah, Light Chaser makes more sense because you get 2 heals happening here. I think Grinch is going to be okay here as long as he draws right soon. Yeah. Gotta refill this full hand of cards. Absolutely. I mean, the potential to... Yeah, I don't know. I think if you're gonna do right at the Undervault, you really... Because it's 2 card draw. You know, 2 cards per turn is a big deal. You don't really gas out unless you're playing more than one mana card in your deck. Like, the reason why Songhai gets such good value out of Heaven's Eclipse is because they can play 2 1-mana cards and 2 0-mana cards in their deck on average. We could see Shadow Nova get developed here. That means Grinch has to punch Sunriser, and he's going to be in range of a pretty nasty Light Chaser. So, not the best. Considering the circumstances, might need to go for it. Alright, choosing to prioritize the attack increasing monster with a giant drum instead. That could be fatal if Mezzalji has enough healing procs in hand, right? So it's 5. You're probably not taking 19 unless it's Holy Ammo. That would be 12. That would be 17 total. Still, not a great position to be in for Grinch. Mezzalji would have to position really poorly here and play into the second Nova in order to throw this game. I don't see that happening though. Do it. Grasp is not a card. Copium. You have a couple of 5 HP minions, so Grasp wouldn't even be that problematic, right? lost Elias, so it has to be balanced and healthy. Oh, what, the song High? Yeah. The fact that that song High can do what you just said, Zohan, drives me nuts. Play 10 cards and have 6 cards. Plus overdraw. It's not even joking, too. So, Grincher's dead. Yep. You can kill 3 minions of your choice with the Shadow Nova, and then you're still staring down 9 damage. No, 7 damage on board. You have to hope there is no healing. Grinch actually made the right call there. You had to kill the Windblade because it would have gotten to attack. Messalgy replacing into lethal with the Tempest will close out this series in favor of humans. Humans 5 or 6-4. This is a really cool series overall. A lot of the games were super cool to watch. Messalgy, very dominating performance though, so I feel a little bad for Kolos at the end and Grincher too. They just kind of got rolled over a little bit. But it is what it is. So that brings week 8 to a close. I will have some stats to bring up as always. We are nearing the end of the round robin of Team Wars. So as of the end of week 8, Jive's Disciples holds the top spot. They are guaranteed a place in the top 4, I think, unless extreme... No, they're guaranteed a place in top 4. I think they're guaranteed a place in top 4 because of the final sets being played. Humans likely to be in top 4 with a great 6-2 record. However, they can be knocked out with extreme circumstances. And then we have 3 teams fighting for the other spots. So, Bladham's Miscalculators, Prismatic Illusionist, and the Eggs coming out over the rest of the competition. I think everyone else is eliminated from top 4 contention. So, they're going to be looking to take out whoever they're playing just to hold them back, perhaps. As far as faction stats go, it was a good week for Magmar and Abyssian once again. And then the overall faction stats are present there. We still have Lionar and Songhai kind of neck and neck, which is honestly quite remarkable. They're almost identically tied. The match leads category is currently bugged, so I figured I would point that out now. Just the Lionar number is inaccurate. The Abyssian number is accurate. 20 is pretty high, but that is correct. The Lionar one gets fixed later. The coding or whatever just isn't working correctly as of this picture. Anyway, that is all the games that I have for you on this week. So I'm going to head off for the morning. Thanks very much for watching. I will get around to setting up some week 9 casts. If you're interested in casting, let me know. I have, I think, 2 reservations. Oh, I know Cranky Panda wanted to cast. Someone else wanted to cast, and now I forget who at the moment. But we're getting close to the end. Week 9 is the last week, so after that, I'll tell you now, week 9's been played. I won't spoil results or anything. I just have to get to recording the games, but this week the teams are on break. They're deserving a much needed rest, and then the top 4 games will be casted when I get them recorded. We have opted to record, not live stream, because live streaming them means I probably can't get people to cast them Or it would be a lot harder too. It also has other complications as well. So we're going to cast the top 4 elimination brackets. And this weekend, we'll get to the rest of Week 9's games. So yeah, hope you all have a good one. Take care, as always.